I yelled because the sound was very loud and abrupt for me. One second. I'm gonna just turn that down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Hi. How you doing? There was a pop behind me. Oh, there was another one. There's pops behind me and they scared me, and then I unmuted myself and the game was so loud that I was just like, ah. I must say, I am... Like, controller, 1 second. Okay. I said, and then you said, Okay, so, I'm a little bit, annoyed today because... Hello? Okay, you can hear the sound, but it's like, clearly, I'm picking something, but it won't let me... Huh, weird, okay. Oh no, you almost fell over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, my issue for today, so far, has been... Are you not amused? I'm not amused because my class that is supposed to end at 1 p.m. it went over time by 42 minutes. 42. I was supposed to have an hour of time between my class and when I started stream. And they went over by 42 goddamn minutes. The phone was in my pocket, so it scared all of us. Oh, Aki. Yeah, I'm super lucky that I didn't have like another class or something, because that's literally ridiculous, right? Like, bruh, 42 minutes overtime? Yeah, I'm here now, that's true. I've been working on my other model as well. I am having so much trouble with the armature right now. I have pretty much everything else set up. It's just like the armature and the weight painting that I really need to fix. And it's not going well. Dead faces. I've heard some crazy stories from my sister. It has been ridiculous. Their scheduling has been a problem since day fucking one. It is so... It's bad. It's really bad. Okay, so you know how we have bones in our body, right, Aki? Like, so I put up my hand and I can move each of my fingers, right? Because we have bones. An armature is essentially the bones of a model. I do indeed have bones. You know, sometimes... Okay, so speaking of having bones, this actually reminds me of a TikTok that I've been seeing a lot recently. There's a creator who has a pug who's very old and very chunky, and he essentially like casts like how is your day's fortune going to be today, and he does this by picking up his dog from sleeping, right? Like, the dog is awake, they're just still laying down, and he picks him up and puts him on his feet, and if the dog sinks back down and immediately like goes whump over, it is a no bones day, so it might not be a good day. But if the dog stays upright, it is thus a bones day, and thus you have good fortune for the rest of the day. And honestly, watching those every single day where he just picks up his dog and he's like, ah, is today a bones day? And then the dog will sometimes, like very rarely, will it be a bones day. But the days that it is a bones day, he fucking celebrates, my dude. He's like, oh, everyone, it's a bones day. It is a self-care day. Take care of yourself. Everything's going to be great. Which is just so cute. Honestly, it's very wholesome and nice, and I like it a lot. Kind of like how I like watching Claude, the hairless cat, be dragged on a rug. And anyone who has never seen Claude, the hairless cat, will be very confused by that sentence I just said. But yeah, okay, so recap of last time. So Claude is a hairless cat, as said, and he has like a sensitivity thing, like he'll get overstimulated, most likely because he doesn't have fur. And he has a special rug that his owner has that he just wants to have his owner pick him up and drag him on the rug. Like, he will literally beg for them to do this. And no one's really sure why, but that is just like his special routine. Like, he just really likes to be dragged across this rug because it you know, makes him happy. So they do. Hi, Sadie. But yeah, he has Claude, the hairless cat, that gets dragged on a rug. Whatever makes the cat purr, I suppose. Okay, last time we got everyone down into the salon and we were interviewing them, or not interviewing, interrogating? Maybe it's more of an interview since we're not, like, being scary about it at the moment. Unsure. And we discovered some things, like Rihanna's brother is Luke, who was Elizabeth's fiance. Hi, Shreddy. How are you? Hello. Sal ho ho. So Rihanna was Luke's brother, and Luke is the currently dead fiance of Elizabeth. And what else? Major is Angeline's father, and they had a yes. What's up, Aki? Are you saying hello because you didn't say hello earlier? Hi, Aki. Hi, Sadie. Hi, Jade. Hi, Shreddy. Oh, I think my commands work again. Let me very quickly check to make sure. Obviously, this is the one I have to do. Yep, it works. Good. I missed out on the head pats last time, so now my commands work again. Yay. All right, I think that is enough intro for the moment. Thank you for the head pats, Aki. Oh yeah! You haven't been around when we've had these. I have several really interactive commands. The head pats, I always dance. Then I have the one... I have... Yes, very, just... So I have that one. I also have the "You're a Clown," where it literally puts a clown face on top of me.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy a healthy dose of prolonged
With prolonged eye contact, I don't move. With head pats, I do. Okay, I wasn't sure what to do, because with head pats, I always wiggle, but with prolonged eye contact, I always turn and just go. and stare at you. That's a combo that I haven't seen before, actually. Are you a sentient paper shredder? Oh, did I just hear knocking? Honey? What? Are you okay? Oh. Did you hear it too? I think someone might have knocked on my front door. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. I was muted. Hey, fancy word for mayo. God damn it. Ah. It might have some sort of egg substitute in it, like aquafaba. Also, please ignore that you can very clearly see me eating my popcorn. Even though I just brought attention to it, ignore that part, please. Speaking of my face. I saw someone in the community the other day, and they were offering commissions on updating blend shapes for people. And it looked really good. I liked the style. They had like super cartoony reaction, like blend shapes and stuff, so it was like really exaggerated. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I don't want it that cartoony, but I like your blend shapes. Could you do something that's like less so? And they were like, yeah, okay, let me see what your model currently does with the blend shapes that you have. I was like, yeah, sure, okay. So I sent over a little gif of me sort of just doing all the faces that I can make, like... puffing out my cheeks, like... That type of thing. And, they were like, no. I was just like, why not? They're like, actually your model looks really good for what you have on it, so I can't really do anything with it. I wouldn't really be improving much. I don't think it would be worth it for the price. And I was just like, okay, thank you for your time. I want to update things, but either I don't have the money to update them, or when I do have money to do little updates, people are like, no, it's too good. Angrily eats popcorn. Yeah, it is a nice compliment. It's just like, I was hoping that, you know, it always sort of feels like you're never gonna be good enough for what you want personally. It has to be someone else that does it to make it, like, seem more right, if that makes sense. So being told that, I was sort of just like, okay. Okay. Aww. I noticed that you said that you were gonna put sweet corn in it. Is that a common thing here in the UK? In tuna salad? Ooh, garlic and salt. Okay, wait, what am I doing? That would make it a little spicy. I mean, depending on how lazy you feel like being, you could just cook up the garlic in a pan by itself and then put that on top and get a little bit bougie with your tuna salad sandwich. But only a little bougie. Acknowledging oneself is too hard. Very true. It's one of those things that I really struggle with. I understand that I say, like, be kind to yourself all the time. That's sort of my go-to motto. And I am trying to be kind to myself. It's just one of those things where it's like, I feel like I will not get to, like, the next level until I have someone else doing some of the things for me. Because currently, everything that I have, except for my emotes, all me. All done by me. So it really feels like I wish there was just a little bit more. I need some polish, right? You know what I mean? I just want it to be that tiny bit better.
Is there something you need, detective?
Merci, mademoiselle.
I probably should assume she was the last person I talked to, since I was standing in front of her when I came back in. Yeah, definitely. That's sort of why I try to encourage that people, no matter how much effort you put in, even the tiniest step forward is a step forward. You know, even if it's not even a full step, even if it's just like raising your foot. I wonder if Monsieur Zachariah is as seemingly innocent as his brother. I should speak with him before searching his room. Yeah, I want New Game Plus right now.
Monsieur Demir, I hope you are feeling better today.
See, when I used to... So, it depends. I have a couple of different ways that I make tuna salad. One of them is I add wasabi to it, actually. Wasabi with onions and mayo. And then the other way that I do it is like tuna with a million vegetables, basically. And mayo.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
Mustard. I mean, it's definitely actually horseradish, you know? But they call it wasabi in the States.
Très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
Spicy mustard. I love putting spicy mustard on my grilled cheese. So good. It really just brings out the flavor. I have been craving grilled cheese and tomato soup for the past couple of days, but I have absolutely refused to try and make it. Oh yeah, he is. And he has a nice little piece of bubble gum, pre-chewed bubble gum in his pocket. Just for later, you know. I'm sorry if dealing with the Major's body brought up any familiar emotions.
I lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
He has a single waffle behind him. Waffle. See, that's the thing. We don't have anything that's called ketchup mayo, but we have Thousand Island dressing, which is the same thing. Or as other people call it, if you add some other things to it, it is literally the secret sauce from In-N-Out Burger. which is delicious, by the way.
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Depending on the place, I like to call it burger sauce or fry sauce, generally.
Yeah, maybe.
I spoke with your brother about your past.
I bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Ah. Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
And there are a couple of key differences between, like, Thousand Island dressing and burger sauce or fry sauce. And the reason is, so, like, Thousand Island dressing is usually ketchup, mayonnaise, horseradish, and sometimes, what's the word? Relish. Sometimes relish. Whereas burger sauce / fry sauce is ketchup, mayo, mustard, paprika, garlic, salt, pepper, and one other thing, cayenne, I think, and relish, which is delicious. You know when you get like a single popcorn kernel stuck on the back of your tongue? Gross. Or pickle juice. That works too. But the UK honestly fucking sucks for pickles, and I will never back down from this hill. It's the truth. They have bad pickles here. Their pickles are not good. Mm-hmm. I had like a single piece stuck on the back of my tongue, and I was trying to talk and I could feel it every single time that I went to speak, and I was just like, yeah. Nope. I buy Canadian pickles. That's what you gotta do. The USA pickles are delicious. Kosher pickles, dill kosher pickles. Ah. Heaven. Heaven. Crunchy, salty, little sour, very garlicky and full of dill. Delicious. And then here they have frickin' gherkins. They're not good and not the same thing at all. Welcome to my TED Talk about pickles.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be repaired?
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
You can't have chili pickles, so some places will pickle whole pieces of garlic in there. Some will do whole chilies. You can also pickle things like carrots along with it, and they're really tasty. But yeah, spicy pickles. After speaking with Monsieur Gideon about his brother's state of mind, I think the best for them both would be reconciliation. There's something about Monsieur Zachariah's story that he's leaving out, though. The death of his friends and comrades weighs heavy on him.
Those two, close.
They must share something in common to be able to hold the conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
I've never actually had umeboshi, but I have had pickled daikon before, which is really delicious. And obviously, like, pickled ginger, which is also delicious.
Was it not your brother that punched Monsieur Hagen?
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
That is a huge thing of cheese. He has multiple wheels of cheese in his room and a half-eaten apple and then a fucking pie. And a croissant. What are you eating for breakfast, dude? My god. The wonders of modern technology. What a joy it must be to have music in one's home. Is kimchi considered a pickled food? It is pickled and fermented, so yes. Soy sauce, miso, gochujang. Yeah, it's pickled and then fermented. Kimchi's great. An ornamental dagger from Zachariah's time in the war. I mean, it depends. Is it the funniest shit you've ever seen in your life? The room is littered with mess. Cigarette butts discarded right next to the ashtray. Yeah, definitely. I want to get Will to try kimchi. I don't think he's ever had it. He can hear me, by the way. But yeah, I don't think he's ever had it. I'm not sure if he's gonna like it because it's kind of like a strong taste, if that makes sense. Why does that just sound like the beginning of Futurama, though?
Always got time for my favorite detective.
There's a particular item I found while conducting my search.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
Hey, honey. Can you help Dawn with the Suzaku bird? Right now? Well, wolf. But that's details. Are you needing help right now, John? Or are you needing it in the future? Will says that he still needs the snake. And that John got the snake yesterday. Gee, John. Why don't you give up your turn with the snake? Mom says it's my turn with the snake. I just appeal to the kindness in his heart, he says. I love that I'm having this conversation for both of you. It's not like you could DM me on Discord. That's true. You could do that. I feel like I've arrived at a weird time. Hi, Nim. Or Nime. Nim. Nime. Nime. No, I didn't say Dan. I would be much more excited if it was Dan. Because Dan is never here. No, it's not a bad thing. I would just be like really excited if Dan was here because Dan is generally really busy. Do we all get a turn on the snake? It depends if you fight for it on Final Fantasy, I guess.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
He will assist with Final Fantasy things. And then he burped. You're going to Tesco? Why? Because you want to walk? Okay. Well then, John, he will help you after he goes to Tesco, even though I went to Tesco yesterday, because he wants to go on a walk. Is that okay with you? I hope so.
It was going to be a
Nim,
wedding
nim, nim.
gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it.
Again, I'm not sure. Is it Nime or is it Nim? Like Nymeria? Or is it Nymeria? When you come back, make Opal a master drink, please. I don't know why you need to do that. Maybe because you didn't do it yesterday. We know, but it wasn't on stream. It's not okay. It's perfectly understandable. Alrighty, fair.
After what happened to the Major,
Thank you for the summon.
I thought it was a bit tasteless.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
If it was a gift, why wasn't it wrapped?
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
I'm gonna just say that. If it was supposed to be a wedding gift, why wasn't it wrapped up? It's derived from Nymeria, so let's go with that. Alrighty. Nime. John Madden. That's always the first thing I think whenever I say Nime. Nime. Football. John Madden. AU.
I must take a different approach if I am... Order and method. That is the...
Call her Tiny Cat. Aww. Yeah, like my past cat. Her name was Peppercorn because she was black and white. But she was usually called like Tiny Lady or Small Miss or Tiny Miss. Small Miss, Tiny Miss. She's actually a bit chunked now, but we're too used to calling her Tiny Cat. No, you're not muted. I can see you. Don't worry. Some people don't like wrapping their daggers. I mean, I would imagine it would be a little bit hard to wrap. Not in a safe way, at least. If it didn't have a sheath. Yes, yo, honey. I'm so proud of you. Good job. Yo, my name is Opal. And I'm a dopal? That's not nice. Yo, the name is Batty. The logic is erratic. Potato in a jacket. Toys in the attic. I rock and I ramble. My brain is scrambled. Rap like an animal, but I'm a mammal. All of our products are distinctly non-cosmogenic. It's the Batty rap. I have no idea what they want me to put together.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Wrapped dagger, is that a condom joke? Well, technically, saying the sheath part would have been a condom joke, I think. But... yes. The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest... The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest that they would not have worked together. But yes, exactly. Also, I'm so sorry that I broke out into the baddie rap just, you know, out of nowhere. I love Fern Gully, and I know the entire baddie rap, front to back. Because I have nothing but a dork.
Time for...
Merci for your
And bruise. Stuck 'em right through me. So hear my baddie words and exercise a little prudence when dealing with humans. Prudence and humans is an interesting slant rhyme. Monsieur Becker's room. Without him here, I'm free to search it. Haha, I'ma go through all your stuff. Trash, going through it. Wardrobe, also gonna go through that. No, come on. Let me go through his stuff. That's the point of snooping around when someone's not in the room. Is getting away with being as nosy as you want. Are you likely to make a YouTube video from the pizza cooking sim stream? I'm not sure. I'm not at the moment. Mostly because Kasu is currently backed up with a personal project for a while. And the kind of content that I make versus the kind of content that he makes, they don't really mesh super well. Like the Paradise Killer video, so much was chopped out. Like, and he was having a hard time getting even the amount that we did. So because narrative games are really hard to like just jump around and sort of make funny and blah, 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 blah. So most of the games that I play don't exactly fall in with his line of editing, which totally fair, totally understandable. I guess I could possibly do the cooking sim one, but we will see. He is currently working on his own personal project, which he has, I think he said, like 48 hours worth of content to be cutting down at the moment. So yeah, I figured the chaos of the pizza cooking sim would fit well with the detective one. Yeah, definitely could. Definitely could. I'll definitely think about it. We will see. The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece is an art form. Inside Hugo's notebook, a hastily scribbled a hasty scribble regarding a meeting with who I assume Ernesto. Curious. Tried to burn stuff?
Huh.
It seems he's been attempting to write a speech of some kind, unsuccessfully though. I wonder, does this fit a pattern of behavior with Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. Your Mon, you are in a position to... Your Mon. Your men. Oh. Where the line is, it goes through it perfectly, so it looks like M-O-N instead of M-E-N. Okay. Your men, you are in a position to bring all of this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force, too forceful. Your weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our hearts' spirits. These are the men that have built our great nation, country, and will continue to. Money will not save your soul. He also has a knife right there next to this bread, but we're not going to pay attention to that. No. Like, why are they giving me so little to look at in this game? This has been my problem. It feels sort of like it's holding your hand the entire time and it's railroading you, which is so unfortunate because, like, literally every single room has this window that you can look out, has a plant that you can stare at, has a clock that you can be like, oh, it's beautiful, and has a fireplace that you can be like, oh, it's beautiful. Like, why? I want more things. Give me more red herrings and leads to follow. Like, why?
Huh.
With so many siblings, it must have been difficult for Hugo to get attention. It's maybe a snowflake game. They like hand-holding. A snowflake game? I wouldn't really call it snowflakey.
I should not be surprised by my own.
In Jackie's opinion, she doesn't value Hugo particularly highly. Would he collaborate with anyone else, I wonder? Well, currently he's supposed to work with Ernesto. I mean, I also melt easy. If it's hot out, I'ma die. I am the color of untrodden snow, and thus I will burn the moment that the sun sees me.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Nice. I wear so much sunscreen and layers. Oh.
Is there something I am not? I must act on thought and fact. Magnifique.
Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It's possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. Can I find anything to support this? I wouldn't say that snowflake is the right word at all. I'd say it's probably more along the lines of, like, very casual. Like, you know, casual game is like the saying, right? But this is very like I said, it's like they're railroading you. It's like you're on rails essentially. It's more like a visual novel rather than game, you know? The business-minded Monsieur de Silva's room. He is present, but I must begin my search.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you
Yeah, they are
understand
nice
the
in their own way.
necessity for this type of search.
But they're different.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited. But it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
I have not had my abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
And I hope, with your help, monsieur, I shall.
Yeah, literally let me fall on my face, please. You know, sometimes you really need to have the ability to be wrong. No, that's the point. I feel like in the beginning of the game, yeah, you can railroad a tiny bit to be able to teach the player how to actually play and how to go about the things. But after a certain point, you gotta take the training wheels off, you know? And unfortunately, the way that this game wants me to play it, I cannot jive with its thought process. Meaning that I get stuff wrong, but not in a way that's like, oh, I didn't see that. More in a way of like, how the fuck does this connect? How do these two things connect? Madame Van de Bosch spoke of your work with her late husband.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Van den Bosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you are both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
I'm beginning to see Monsieur de Silva's more ruthless side. It sounds as though the Vicomte was trying to at least make a positive change, but perhaps he was missing Monsieur de Silva's cutthroat edge. What we spoke of last night regarding Miss Van den Bosch.
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
I understand, monsieur. But what I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, Detective, but you have crossed the line.
Cross the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you'll be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
Oh, damn.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Monsieur de Silva's actions are not a criminal offense, but if there was a penalty for deception and deceit, he would surely receive a life sentence. He has gone to such lengths before. What would stop him from committing a similar act again, this time to the Major? I know you've worked with the Major, but what do you know of his finances?
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
You offered him a position.
Nothing that he was willing to lower himself to. That's when he began talking about what else he could do for me.
Drop a piece of popcorn on the ground. I have to put that separate so I don't eat it. The Major works security for your factories.
If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to divulge amounts, but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect a business of Monsieur de Silva's caliber to have agreed a price for the Major's services. Why would he allow the Major to barter more? Tell me about the Major's security team.
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
But that was not the case?
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, Detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential. He said he knew better.
The more Monsieur talks, the shadier his dealings with the Major become. It's beginning to sound as though the riots were no accident.
That is all for now.
A letter stating the blackmailer would reveal information of his questionable business dealings. Monsieur de Silva, at first you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion you will know that what you have fought so hard to keep hidden would be far from it. You have spent years feeding off the hard-working backs of others and offering nothing in return. Your workers continue to take their lives into their own hands day after day with your shoddy, damaged, and dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, it is your workers that must pay the price. Mistreatment and pain you have caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do, and I will not allow that to continue. I can no longer sit back and watch as you disregard any sense of integrity or morality to continue to remain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve so much more. It is time you paid the price for your crimes, and the cost is 5,000 francs. It is a small price to pay for my silence, for if I do not receive it before Friday, it will not be cash you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring the money in a small brown paper parcel addressed to Monsieur Cordier to the post office on Rue de Oh. No idea. It's French. Help. Give it to the cashier and leave. If you do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what yours is worth. Blackmail is real in this case. It all seems like a lot of these letters were signed by the same people, because it's for the same amount every single time. The contract for a partnership between Ernesto and Hugo. It's missing Hugo's signature. 12.1. This agreement is governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Belgium. Both parties agree to the following. 1. Workers' strike shall cease in all manners and forms. 2. Factory floor machine operators and supervisors shall return to their positions immediately. 3. Terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant action taken directly. Signed, M. Ernesto de Silva, factory owner and employer, Ernesto de Silva. M. Hugo Beckers, union leader. I wonder if it's really just weighing up their guilt and self-worth. It might be. A razor-sharp letter opener, almost brand new, lies discarded on the floor.
What is it now, Detective?
Push on why Ernesto hid the letter.
I have spoken of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
It is none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his responses to my questions. Perhaps it would be best to act courteous and empathetic. in a courteous and empathetic manner so that he may be more forthcoming with the truth of his blackmail letter and its contents. He sounds so tired. He also sounds done with my shit. Is there a reason you thought it was justified in hiding? You do not have to enjoy it, but you must answer it. Is there a reason that you thought justified hiding it?
No reason, detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation. I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret. The letter was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
Deming, deal after deal is made while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money. Concerned. You do not value the lives of those that you allow to live the opulent life that you do. Wait. Oh. Bruh. Why do I do this to myself? I was just like, you know what? I have a feeling, for some reason, that my closed captions are not working. I don't know why, but I have a thought. My closed captions are not working. Yeah, I opened the page and authorized it and everything and forgot to press start. Oh no. That's an hour. God dang it. That's upsetting. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live an opulent life you do.
I have never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, the letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
Monsieur does not like being pressed on the subject of how he treats his staff. If he had nothing to hide, there should be no need for such a reaction. Were you expecting some correspondence this weekend?
Excuse me? Detective, I think you are beginning to lose your mind.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, Detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
Monsieur de Silva is correct. It was a stretch to believe someone would be so careless. The murder weapon remains somewhere in the house, though. Monsieur Demire invited Monsieur Beckers so that you two might sit down and find some common ground.
Yes, and no one asked him to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, Detective.
Although it is Mr. de Silva's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question, it sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue. Surprising, unlike Monsieur Beckers. Do you have any ideas as to which staff member may have expressed their abuse?
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
That does not mean your behavior is appropriate.
Popcorn.
They have one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
Yum, yum. I did not expect Monsieur to treat his staff the same as his friends, but I also did not expect him to treat them like stray dogs.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
This must be the young girl that the Comtesse spoke of. Perhaps the position she is finding these girls are not the best fit.
That is all for now. I cannot see the logic in this. Come, my little Grace Alice. We must think. Another success. I never doubted myself.
I like how he's like, I'm never doubtful of myself. I am doubtful. I'm doubtful this duo would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? Perhaps someone who never confirmed his alibi.
Is there something? I must take a different approach.
Decisions for girls. Yeah, see, that's what I was like. He got a servant from the women's shelter, but it's not... She works for the women's shelter, and it's not helped him find a maid from the women's shelter.
I must act on thought.
What?
Some would
How does
say a
that
lucky
make
guess.
sense?
I would say a moment of genius.
Fine. Women's shelter front for blackmail ring. Ernesto doesn't strike me as the sort of man that would ask for help, no matter how important. Don't these combinations make absolutely no sense?
What is it now, detective?
Yeah, but why wouldn't that be mixed with, oh, he got help from Margot, or, oh, he got the maid from the shelter that Margot works? Why would it be specifically that he has a girl that works and that he might collude with someone else? Like, why? Did you speak with the Comtesse directly about hiring a servant from the shelter?
She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
In what way?
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I.
Monsieur, there's something you're keeping from me. Your business relationship with the Major was obviously towing the line of legality.
When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning. His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them. He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand money from you.
Ugh. There's a reason that no one likes Major.
He said if he wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
I didn't know that was what he was going to do. You must believe me.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it is not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands. That is all for now. Order and method. That... I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in...
Okay, so essentially, people were starting to riot and complain and strike over the working conditions of the factory that Ernesto runs, right? So, the Major, who was in the military previously, was like, hey, I can help give security for you guys. I have friends. They have all the tools that they need. It'll be fine. They'll get back to work. I'm sure of it. Mr. Silva was like, I don't think you need to be bringing these things. And the Major was like, no, we're gonna bring them. That's important. He was like, okay. Also, my price is really expensive, by the way. So they come in and they shoot one of the workers, essentially, while he was working, and he died, causing the riots to happen. And then Major started essentially blackmailing Ernesto, being like, you're not going to tell anyone anything at all, because if you do, I'll announce it to everyone. Yeah. He got a whole bunch of ex-military guys together to be hired muscle, and they just so happened to actually be a militia, aka an unpaid army. Yeah, Major is shit. Major is a terrible person. There's a reason he got stabbed. I find it interesting that she approached him.
This will not get me any closer.
What? Again, how do these two things connect? Margot approaching Ernesto to help, and Archie let Margot check the body. How do those things even connect at all, besides the fact that Margot is involved somehow?
What a revelation.
Margot may know more than she's letting on if she has the inside link with the staff in the house. I guess. I found no clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is the Comtesse's connection to the staff. Could there be something more to their relationship? Yeah, like, she initiated contact here, but he literally said that he was like, oh yeah, you can go ahead and check the body. Like...
Come, my little grey cells. I cannot see the logic in this. I must take a different Come, my little grey cells.
At least the music seems nice. Oh, I didn't even see this section over here. God damn it. Inga got the job from Margot. Ernesto employed a servant from the women's shelter.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Margot is making her shelter girls do her dirty work, finding dirt on members of social elite. What's the no between the first two letters? So it is essentially confirming that Angeline is Major's daughter and not the Vicomte's daughter.
Is there something you...
Tell me about your true relationship with the Comtesse.
She helped me at the shelter, and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Comtesse de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Suspect. She really sounds like Babette. I'm pretty sure I've said this before, but she really sounds like Babette from Clue. Oh, whoa. I took a bite right as I needed to read. Madame Van de Bosch would have been aware of young Inga's past, and she's worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to her past life as a thief.
Merci.
Never! Swallow whole, like a snake. I don't know if you saw it, but I was immediately just like... I'm fine. No worries. On a plane? Were planes invented yet? No. Yes? Undetermined. See what I mean, though? Like, I have all these rooms that I could just go and look in again, just because I felt like it. But no. In 1920, yeah. Were there planes? What years were... Wait. Time to Google. No, they had to have been. Oh yeah, okay, so they had been around for about 17 years at this point. They were officially invented December 17th, 1903. So they had been around for 17 years at this point, at least. Google. Oh, wait, I do have a connection here. Okay. Inga is following Margot's orders.
must act on thought and fact. What a revelation!
Inga has admitted that her work in the house is not wholly honest. Okay, I guess I need to talk to her again.
Is there something you need, detective?
What was it that the Comtesse asked you to steal from the house?
Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
Information.
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Why did she request that?
At first I didn't know, but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
Aki, I said that. I said that a little bit back. You might need to refresh the stream a little bit. Perhaps my suspicions of Monsieur Sterling's involvement with the Major's safe were incorrect and his key was lost, not stolen. Was not lost, but stolen. Tell me about how you accessed the safe.
I knew Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the safe from time to time, and if anything was ever discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Comtesse what I had found.
And that was?
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship. And Angeline.
I'm sure the Comtesse was pleased to hear such valuable information.
I keep getting a missed call from a random frickin' number. It's really annoying.
She said I had done a good job, but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
So it was young Inga that beat Madame Van den Bosch to the safe last night. But why would they be left in such a precarious fashion? When I returned to the study this morning, the letters remained out and the safe open.
I fetched the letters again and took them to the Comtesse last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
Yeah, it has flagged it as being a spam call.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark as I dared not turn the light on. Someone would have seen it.
Gross. Trying to slot a key in the lock in the dark is no easy feat. That would explain the scratches on the safe. If Madame Van den Bosch has only tried to retrieve the letters minutes earlier, she would have surely crossed paths with Inga.
Merci, mademoiselle. Is there something I am not... Things are beginning to become...
I thought it was irresponsible of Archibald to lose his key, but now its disappearance makes sense.
Magnifique.
I wonder how many secrets the house holds for Inga to find.
The pieces of the puzzle of...
If there's somewhere in the house where a secret lies, it will surely be found in a hidden room. My suspicions of the Comtesse's connection with Inga was correct. She was using the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family, while the Comtesse needed not even get her hands dirty.
Is there something you need, detective?
What else have you relayed to the Comtesse?
That's all. I swear. I heard Monsieur Archie and Monsieur Felix talking about a storeroom, but I haven't found it.
Is the Comtesse aware of this room?
I told her it was somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. She wasn't happy with me that I hadn't found it yet.
I believe if young Inga knew the location of the secret store, she would have been forthcoming with it. It may be naive on my part, but she has already incriminated herself and has nothing else to lose.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your honesty today has helped me greatly.
I suppose that I will lose my position at the house now.
That is not my decision to make. But when the whole truth is revealed, it will not be the pawns the law looks to convict. We shall be coming for the queen.
Oh. Van den Bosch's secrets may be in a hidden room.
Another success.
Such a calculating web of lies and secrets. What motive would possibly justify such devious actions? Finally, I've unmasked the blackmailer. Mademoiselle Angeline and the other recipients of the letters may no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos shall pay for her crimes. Margot may know more than she is letting on if she has an inside link. Margot.
Mademoiselle, merci for coming.
Have you had a breakthrough, detective?
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, detective, don't hold me in suspense.
I finally uncovered the identity of the one holding the Van den Bosch name to ransom.
Oh my, I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Comtesse de Vos that is behind the letters.
I don't believe it. What about the Major's letter?
Was it just me, or did her audio get really loud for the first part of that sentence and then quiet again for the last half?
Not
only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well? Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing.
What do you know of young Inga's past?
She has never been particularly forthcoming with it, only that she was homeless for some time and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Comtesse abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work?
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock. To learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them in such a cruel way, it must be devastating.
Is Maman aware?
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait.
S'il vous plaît, mademoiselle. We must go through the correct channels.
And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone, as the lines are still down.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier. I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, detective. Detective? Are you okay?
This was planned. How could I have been such a fool? I saw Monsieur Sterling talking on the phone, but I heard no ring.
Detective Poirot?
It was all a lie. A scene acted out for my benefit to throw me off the scent. If I believed that the Major was still alive at that time, I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand. Anyone being Monsieur Sterling and his staff.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water, detective?
My apologies, mademoiselle. I was taken by surprise
Damn,
for a moment.
Archie is in
but
on
I
it.
have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me? Merci, mademoiselle.
Archie, how could you do this to us? Aw. Chapter 7, Family. My patience has grown thin. The guests and the staff of this house think it's acceptable to lie to my face when questioned and obstruct my investigation, but no more. We shall see how Monsieur Sterling and his staff fare under some pressure. I have been lied to for the last time. My suspicions initially led me to the guests, but now they are firmly placed on the staff. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rahana cannot hide behind their lies any longer. No, I wanted Archie to be good. It looks like Elizabeth is on her way to see me, but at such a late hour? She looks like she's sick and she's gonna murder you. Like a zombie. What?
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Detective,
So the reason you did not question the staff earlier, like you were wondering, is because it was hand-holding for this moment. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted to investigate the staff as well as the guests, because they are just as equally suspects as everyone else until we've eliminated them, right? But no, it decided I needed to talk to every single guest because only the guests could have done it. And now it's like, oh, it has to be a servant, so only the servants need to be talked to. I don't like that in a game. That doesn't make sense to me.
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
Oh, yes, of course. I do not feel myself, Detective.
You don't look yourself.
If that is the case, you should be resting. Allow me to help.
No, that's quite all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
Are you sure you weren't here to watch
Excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
And then Archie just shoots me point blank.
Good night, Detective.
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
When we... Mademoiselle Elizabeth is certainly not herself. I thought the death of the Major had brought up uncomfortable memories of her beloved Luke, but it may be something else.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
As if by magic you appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
It seems that all the rest of the staff are already awake, so what's the problem, Archie boy? What problem you got? You got something to hide?
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge has finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
The old adage proves true yet again. It was...
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
While I am gathering the staff, Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear head, but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
Wait, I don't understand what time is it. Because he was just saying, as Inga finished breakfast, making breakfast, but also he offered me a nightcap. alcohol before bed. And all of the staff are currently awake. But he was saying that it was too late to go talk to any of them. Thus. This is my opportunity to confront Mr. Beckers about his dealings, or lack thereof, with Mr. De Silva, without being disturbed. Prepping for brekkie night before so she's ready in the morning. I guess, but like... Then it's not all that late then, right? Like... Wait, he's in the library, they said. Over here. That's true. Madame Van de Bosch has like an entire table full of food for just herself. Like frickin' No Face from Spirited Away. Hey, Beck.
Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading.
A moment, monsieur.
No.
There are some
You're
matters
fucking
that we
staying
must
here, buddy.
discuss.
Was that a mystery novel and a mystery novel? Yes, there's a couple of them. There's also a couple of romance novels that have been found here as well.
Oh, what is it, detective?
Yes, there has been mystery, but there have also been romance novels. Yeah. I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle I want to say Canard, which means duck, but that's wrong. I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle Conrad was so business-oriented.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Her proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man.
Quack, quack.
What would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Papa, barbarian. Papa, barbarian. Did anyone watch Dave the Barbarian? Papa, barbarian. Oh, did you hear my crunch? I'm sorry. I think you mean Conan the Barbarian. Instead of Conrad the Barbarian. I think you mean Conan. And then the thing that I was referencing was a cartoon that was sort of making fun of the tropes of those movies. I was wondering, did your speech go the way you expected?
My speech? I'm not sure what speech.
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, John. Using his intellect, Dave constructed a makeshift megaphone using a squirrel, a length of rope, and a megaphone.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
And he had two sisters, so he literally looked like a giant Dorito. Like, he had huge shoulders and a tiny little waist and tiny little feet. And then he had his sister... Why do I feel like her name was Candy? Princess Candy? Maybe. So, an older sister. And then also a younger sister. And the younger sister was essentially like feral. And the older sister was a princess and thus, you know, acted sort of princessy.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long.
What was the manner of your conversation? From what I understand, it was not a lighthearted chat.
I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
Very true. Very true.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He was the shape of a gremlin ship. Sort of triangle-like. Upside down triangle-like.
He wouldn't listen to what I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing: money.
Money. You know, just for you, just since we brought up some gremlin chips, let me give you a little gremlin chip ASMR. Sorry if that was loud. Nice. Sadie returns just to be like, the crunch though. Monsieur Beckers is not wrong.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy a healthy dose of
Prolonged eye contact. 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 Prolonged eye contact.
I hope you enjoyed your moment of prolonged eye contact. This was stuck in my head. Fair. I'm glad you guys like that one, by the way. I thought I heard the door. Nope, I was wrong. And I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it scary? Yeah, it is creepy. I agree. That's kind of the point. I'm sorry. It's only available 4 times per stream anyway, so you guys can't like spam it or anything like you can do with the head pats. Monsieur Beckers was not wrong. Had he tried to grease the Major's palm, perhaps he would have been more successful.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy a healthy dose of prolonged
Oh my god, Aki, that was horrifying. I was playing Song of Horror yesterday. I don't scare. I've never heard of that. What is it? Wait, let me see if I can... I can't exactly do the face because my eyes close when I smile big, but you get the idea. Explorer game, but a very bad touch music box. Ooh, creepy. Song of Horror's survival puzzle game. Yeah, there was a game that Will suggested to me the other night, and I was like, haha, I'm not playing that. And he's like, it's like a horror puzzle game that I think you would like it. And then he looked at the tags and what the story was about, and he was like, oh. No, you won't play this. I was just like, these are topics I don't want to play games about. Thank you. Bye-bye. Mostly puzzles, lots of accidentally killing characters. Ooh.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men,
Which game was that?
my men, would have to die.
Let me see. He sent it to me on Discord. Well, okay, so I'm gonna say trigger warning real quick before I say this. Please, huh? I'm gonna say trigger warning. If you don't want to hear it, please count to like 60 or 120 in your head, and then I'll be done, okay? Go. So the game is called The Suicide of Rachel Foster, and the reason that he sent it to me was also because it was like on super discount right now. Some of the reviews are pretty good. There's a lot of negative stuff in it, and the topics that it deals with are in general pretty heavy. It is considered to be a dark and mature game, and then it deals with like suicide, obviously, child abuse, abuse in general, and sexual assault of a minor, which is, you know, not, oh god, my hand, which is not a game that I would be wanting to play in general, but also not on stream, because that's a little bit too much, I think. Heavy topics with that title? Yeah, I know, right? The Good Life? Oh, yeah. Sorry, my partner is standing behind me talking. Game sounds like prime family friendly game. Woo! Yeah, those sorts of topics aren't really stream game topics. In general, they're not even games that I would want to play. You know? Like, why? Again, I play games because I want to have a good time. Usually, it depends. Because I want to have a good time. I don't play games that are going to make me upset. You know? In general, either upset, frustrated, or upset, very sad. Yes, exactly. Okay, so in relation to that, I'm gonna be talking about this for a moment. Let me just... I'm gonna be talking about this for a moment. Okay, so, there was, in fact... Is that too loud? You know what? I'll just change the song. I can do that. We have boba. Do I still have it? Yes, I do. No, not bofa. Boba.
Booba.
Yes, we can have the booba boba. Did Pantsu make you a drink?
When do I do that?
That would be a no,
I was
friends.
sleeping.
Yeah, no, he went back to sleep. Okay, so in general, the Nonary games is a game series that I love with all my heart. I love it so much. The first two games are absolutely amazing, and I had a really great time playing them on stream. Great. The stories were very well written, and the plot made sense when you had all of the pieces, right? It didn't make sense the entire time up until the very end, where you're like, wow, that was literally the final piece, and now I can see the whole picture. Wow, okay. Are you going to Tesco now? Okay, bye. Okay. And they were really, really good. I enjoyed the hell out of them, and the characters are really interestingly written. Except for a couple. There were a few that I was like, you really phoned it in with these guys, huh? Hmm? Like Clover. Clover. And we got to the third game in the series. I had never heard or seen anything about it. I just knew that there was a third game. And, well, I tried streaming it. And let's just say that I had to stop the stream pretty quickly after it had started, because of how the game decided it was going to be. It's called the Nonary games, or Zero Escape series. The Nonary games is the first one. The second one is Zero Time Dilemma, and the third one is Virtue's Last Reward, I believe. Yeah, Zero Time Dilemma and then Virtue's Last Reward. So the interesting thing is that it was a murder mystery game, and there were characters that got murdered in front of you and stuff, but you never really saw any blood on the characters. They didn't have any like death sounds. It was all off screen, and you would be there like after the fact, right? So you would sort of just walk up on a person rather than watching them or hearing them die. And I was fine with that. It basically never showed blood or anything like that. It was totally fine, right? Well, in the third game, they had very early on, unfortunately, very unfortunately, due to how I chose to progress through the game because I didn't know. So the third game changes how the entire story goes. Instead of it going in a straight line, essentially, all of the stories are different people's perspectives at different times, and you have to piece together those different perspectives into a single timeline of that story. So you might have something really intense happening with a group, but then the next part of the story technically goes to another group, so you don't see what happens to them until you find out the plot thread of that and can follow it again. So, very unfortunately, there's 3 groups of people, and one of those groups had to be sacrificed, right? And you got a single vote. Each group got a single vote for who to be sacrificed. They had all agreed that they were going to pick, each next group was going to pick the next one. So like A would pick B, B would pick C, and C would pick A, meaning that no one would get sacrificed because everyone had one vote, right? Well, in the timeline that I was in, my group got betrayed, got backstabbed. Both teams voted for my team. So that meant that they then led our characters into a room and locked them in there. And I'm going to say really big trigger warning for this. Very big trigger warning. In relation to children and death, we were a group of adults, a 21-year-old, a 26-year-old, and then a 10-year-old. And they led them into that room and locked them in there. And then they sprayed acid on them from a bunch of shower heads. And you got to hear all of them dying, screaming in pain. That happened on stream, and I was not prepared for it. I had no idea that it was going to happen. And it disturbed me so much, especially the child voices. It really, really bothered me and shook me so badly that I was like, I can't stream this. We're not gonna do this. And I ended the stream right there and stopped it. I played through the rest of the game by myself off stream, and the only way I was able to deal with it was that I was writing literally for John I wrote him an entire plot line thesis. I gave him names of characters, what happened in certain timelines. I had to put everything in order, and basically I had to like completely detach myself emotionally from what was happening on the screen and just put down the facts of the situation. And that was the only way I was able to deal with playing that game, was by making it a cold facts thing. It was such a departure, especially for games that I really liked, that it was so sudden. So sudden. And of course, it wasn't the only time that that kid died in the play of the game as well. It absolutely shocked me, and it scared the fuck out of me, because I was like, oh my god, I didn't know that this was going to happen. I should have vetted this game better. I just assumed that because the other games that I had played of it were fine, that it would be fine for my audience. I don't know if I've hurt someone now because I've exposed them to this. You know? The thing is that the third game in the fandom, basically people pretend like it doesn't exist. Because not only does it retcon like half of the story, but it also was so upsetting for so many people that they basically pretend that there were only 2 games that ever happened in that series. So it wasn't just a me It wasn't just a me thing. It was pretty much everyone who played those games. They were shocked and grossed out by it. Which is completely fair. So yeah, I don't like playing games in general that have heavy themes for that specific reason. Because unless I know implicitly exactly what's going to happen in the darker themes of a thing, I worry that I might accidentally hurt myself or someone else around me and not realize it. You know? It was bad. And as I said, the only reason that I was able to get through it, because I cried. I absolutely was crying on stream and had to stop the stream because I was so upset. I cried through that game a couple of more times, even though I was just, like, skipping all of the story, basically, and just getting the concrete facts that I needed to explain to John what happened, because John wanted to know what was happening too, because the game before it had set up such an interesting plot that was going to be resolved in the third game, and we wanted to know how it ended. And unfortunately, reading wiki entries will take you just as long to play the entire game, literally. So I wrote a whole Word document on what had happened. And the moment that I finished it, I uninstalled the game. It was literally just like a, nope, fuck that. And I think I even explained on the day of that it was so shocking to me. Like, with games like Danganronpa, I understand it a little bit more, and because a lot of the deaths and things like that, one, don't happen usually on screen, the ones that do happen on screen are so exaggerated and almost comical in the way that they are portrayed, and on purpose, very clearly. They're so out of the realm of something that could actually happen, they don't feel real, if that makes sense. They don't feel as real. That felt real, which really bothered me. Yeah, that's true. It is good and tragic, but it doesn't ring true to like what an actual person's experience is in death, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you can't have someone be turned into butter and take that seriously. Like, really? No, impossible. Yeah, it feels like an idea that a kid would come up with, but exaggerated to actual consequence level, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's actually the reason why I'm considering taking Fata Morgana off, because I was told that it's actually a very tragic story and it's very, very sad, and I'm not sure in what way it is tragic or sad. So it's caused me a little bit of pause recently thinking about it as we were going through this story. Fata Morgana. It's in my games list. There's several of them. I probably just need to read more reviews on it. I've been told that it's mostly a VN, if I remember correctly, which is another reason why I might not play it. But basically everything that I saw was tragic, 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 tragic. So, maybe not. Maybe not. Especially with how long it is, because I know for a fact that they're super long. And, on that note... Oh, someone is calling me. I will be right back! I return. Yeah, that's definitely fair, Aki. Games like that can be hard, especially when they're long. I find that I didn't turn the sound of the game back on. That'd be good if I did that. I find that... So there's one game that I do really want to play. And it's supposedly really short. Like, it's very sad, but it's also very short. So it's one of those things where it's like... It's not sad in, like, a depressing way. Supposedly it's sad, happy, and it's like bittersweet type, rather. So I want to play that at some point as well. But unfortunately, I can't because it works by using your blinking to progress the scene, to progress the story. Essentially, it works on like where you know the idea of like life flashes before your eyes. So literally, your eyes are open, close, next thing happens when you open. Is it called behind your eyes? Beyond your eyes? I have it right here. Before your eyes. Yeah, so like life flashes before your eyes. And supposedly it is very sad, but it's very short and it's very sweet. All sort of thing. And I want to play it, but I can't right now because currently my webcam, which is in front of me, is tracking my eyes for streaming on my model. And I can't have it doing both of those things at the same time. So if I wanted to play it, I would have to use my mouse click, which would sort of take away the trying not to blink part, I guess, so that you can see more. The Major oversaw security at the factories. Could he have done more to stop the strikes turning violent? I understand Monsieur de Silva had prepared a deal.
A deal? It was an insult.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
I'm sure I've heard that description of Monsieur de Silva before, or at least something similar. Push on Jacqueline's influence over Hugo.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be quite convincing, can she not?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess. She knows how to use her womanly powers to get what she wants.
But she did not surprise or use you?
Me? Used me? Don't be ridiculous, detective. There were no games played at my expense.
Monsieur Becker says quite a way with words and is a fan of his own voice. Perhaps I allow him the opportunity to speak and open up without too much interruption or forcefulness. Curious, even though she was able to convince you not to sign a deal? Suggestive. I'm sure many have been persuaded by her feminine prowess.
Perhaps some, but I'm not so easily manipulated or simple-minded.
You were used. Or, you claim that you refused Monsieur de Silva's deal as it was not adequate for your men.
And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make such a decision on your own.
Accusing, are you prepared to take responsibility for your actions or lack thereof? Honest, your job is to support the workers, but nothing you have done has got them any closer to the results you promised.
I may not be perfect, but I've done everything I can.
Your efforts fell short in every respect. You claim to be the voice of the people, but you care about no one's voice or benefits but your own.
It's not as easy as just signing a piece of paper, detective. It is a heavy weight to bear on one's shoulders. I consulted with others.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you pushed the factory owners for more?
It wasn't like that at all.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
It may not have been your intention, but we both know the result. You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
Pardon my intrusion, but you're from a large family?
What does that have to do with anything?
I have often wondered about the competition siblings face in a large family.
Yeah, I smacked my phone on the table. Thank you for the summon. Also, did you know statistically, the more male sons a woman has, or a birth parent has, more likely that son will be gay? Interesting fact. Random, I know. But the more sons that you have, the likelihood of them being gay goes up.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away.
I know that is a fact. Let me see if I can find something that explains it better. So specifically, it's called fraternal birth order effect on sexual orientation. Aw. Does the reverse hold true? The more girls, the more likely they will be. No, actually. So they think that it's possibly because, with male babies, the mom's body is essentially like, this is not like us. It is different than us. Thus, we must change it. So the more, kind of like a T cell getting used to a virus, right? Making your body used to a virus. The more that you have a male child, the more your body is like, no, we'll change it just a little bit so that it's more like us. Kind of. Supposedly. Let me see. So this is from 2017, talking about how 20 years previous, a group had demonstrated that the probability of a boy growing up to be gay increases with each older brother born to the same mother. So-called fraternal birth order effect. Their first investigation indicated that each older brother increased the probability of that one being gay by 33%. The phenomenon was confirmed in multiple studies based on independent populations totaling over 10,000 different subjects, and meta-analysis indicated that between 15 and 29% of gay men owe their sexual orientation to this effect. And basically they assume that the human body, the mother's body, it notices a biochemical difference in their male child's body, thus try to change it slightly. So it says, presents direct biochemical evidence indicating that the increased incidence of homosexuality in males with older brothers results from a progressive immunization of the mother against male-specific cell adhesion protein that plays a key role in cell-to-cell interaction, specifically in the process of synapse formation during development called neuroligin 4Y linked. Yeah, so statistically in general, it's more likely that they would be gay. But they're also saying that literally there is a biochemical difference in the brain, in the development of the brain of a gay child. And it's more likely to happen if that child has more older brother siblings. It doesn't matter if they have older sister siblings, it's specific to older brother siblings. Interesting, huh? Because literally, the mom's body is like, no. It is like, male protein cells? No. They're not going to stick. They're gonna leave. But it has nothing to do with their genitals. It just has to do with their brain. That was probably a really weird sentence to come back to. Hi, honey. But yeah, intersex is usually only has to do with genitals specifically, not with the formation of the brain.
My older brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer and were the infatuation of every teenage girl.
Why?
I'm sure you have seen the type.
Humans do tend to try and assimilate even on the cellular level. Yeah, essentially that was sort of what they had originally theorized, kinda. Hi. Ombro.
Others
God damn it.
listened.
Sorry about that.
I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing...
What I was doing? Well then, apparently the audio just decided to cut in the game itself.
It was supposed to be my crowning achievement. Lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Monsieur Becker's story is one of fighting to have one's voice heard. Be it a single or one of the masses, I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, but not the way he so hoped. Annette must have a great interest in religious saints to have such material on them. While speaking with Monsieur Beckers was not the reason for me being up at this hour, he was able to fill in some of the blanks regarding the Major, but not in getting any closer to discovering his killer. Perhaps the staff living quarters will. Ooh, very small room. A decent supply of logs. I just hope the staff also get to make sure to use them with this weather. They are a few days old, but do not hold a candle to what has transpired here this weekend. I'm glad I'm a guest of the house. I'm not sure how well I would sleep in such a contraption. There does not seem to be anything of interest here. A war medal that I assume would belong to the Major. Well, that's suspicious that that's there. A rather luxurious jacket. The initials read FH, Felix Hagen. Are these scruffy boots his as well? Why would they be left here, though? The items I've found are most intriguing and require an explanation that I believe only the staff can give. I shall meet them in the pantry.
Detective, what can we do for you?
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective. It's a bit late in the night for riddles.
It is no riddle, monsieur. If I do not receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me a version, and now I require honesty.
Hugo's coat and worn boots. He seems upset. He has the medal. Claims she took ice to the major. Staff may be involved with the murder. Archie staged the phone call.
Order and method.
No?
That is the way. This will not get me any closer to my... I must take a different approach.
Archie staged the call and Hugo saw the major outside.
Is there something I am not... I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The theory that the major had been killed during the dinner was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering up for the real time of his death?
This will not get me any close. Some would say a lucky guess.
The major would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the major's clothes?
Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
The telephone call the major received.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky to have called when they did. Otherwise, they may not have gotten through at all, with the telephone lines being down as of yesterday.
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Monsieur Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps some carefully worded questions are all that are needed for him to slip up. You were the last to see the major alive when you brought him the bottle of whiskey in his study, correct?
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
At first he does not remember a bottle at all, and as if by magic he recalls the exact details.
Or was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be.
Can you explain why the medal belonging to the major is amongst your belongings?
Oh, you found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think. I was...
Exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Dang, Archie.
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
But it was in your luggage. Never have I heard such a pathetic excuse to explain a stolen item in one's possession. I would expect a better lie from an enfant. I cannot claim to be an expert, but I would presume a medal like that would be of quite some value.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
Only you, monsieur. And I repeat my question.
Because we needed money.
Voila.
Monsieur Sterling is well aware of the metal's value when it found its way into his belongings. You claim the Major asked you to clean his metals for display purposes?
No. He keeps them safe with some of his old military documentation.
It's definitely possible that he might have.
Is that a typical job for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
And where does he keep these items?
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
Potential motive, something to do with the dad? Most likely, I think what's happening is that they needed money and they all hated the Major. You know? I do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsakes when I was in the storage room. Would there be another storage room he speaks of? Are you happy here with the Vandenbosch house?
It's certainly better than my last.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
Seems Monsieur Sterling is trying to convince me, as he has himself, that his light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the petit wage he receives for his honest work.
Please don't go anywhere. If I require more information, I shall call on you again.
Honestly, I don't want to know who killed him because I'm impressed. I mean, it really... The Major wasn't a likable dude, so it's not super surprising that he ended up dead, you know? Like... So, Madame pays staff little. Archie forgot he took the whiskey. Archie claims he lost the medals. Medals are kept in a storeroom. Archie stole from the Major.
I must act on thought and fact. Order and method. That... Come, my little grey cells.
Madame pays the staff very little. Worn out boots? Oh, they do not strike me as a pair worn by the Major. There have been some hard miles walked in these, so who do they belong to?
Magnifique.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's because I am. I got hurt in a work accident about 6 years ago. I should have known at first glance that these belong to a member of staff, but who?
I cannot see the logic in this. I must act on thought and fact. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Yeah, that's why. No worries in asking. Don't feel bad about it. The staff member dressed in the Major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this? Staff member impersonated the Major.
Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need?
Wait, what? Which question, Aki? The one that Jade asked. Yeah, so, it's because I am. I got hurt in a work accident about 6 years ago. That messed up one of my legs. No worries in asking. Will wants me to confirm for you guys that I do in fact still have both of my legs. Contrary to popular belief, I still have both of my legs. I just, I need a mobility aid now, and sometimes it affects my back, and sometimes I can't really walk very well. All that stuff. My condolences on your brother's passing.
Merci. He was a good man.
Thank you for the summon.
Taken too early.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother. And he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Will has scoliosis. There's no way he could pick me up. I understand why she is so angry for her brother to have been taken from this world at such a young age, and in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence, but I'm not sure Mademoiselle feels the same. Will just said he's just like everyone else, but with a twist. So yeah, Rehana was brothers to Luke, who was fiancéed to Elizabeth, and Luke died in the riots that were caused by the Major, which were paid for by Ernesto. That is the story at the moment. William confirmed spineless. Tell me about your brother's involvement in the riots at the factory.
You say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was all peaceful until they arrived.
Why would they need to make an example?
So that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It's obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death, and rightly so. If the events were as Mademoiselle describes, I cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence. Yeah, I have a mobility aid, a cane specifically. I used to have a walker, but I have a cane now. And I was in a wheelchair for a bit as well. Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. I know we've spoken on this, but you took Ice to the Major, correct?
Yes.
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey.
Before.
You are sure?
It may have been after.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol.
Oh, that's classy. Cane sword? Cane swords aren't as convenient as they appear. The one that I actually have, it's called a switch stick. Basically, it can break down and be stored away, sort of. It's about the size of like a closed umbrella when it's all like folded down. So I can pull it out and just go click, click, click. Haha, cane. Convenience be damned, style points are all. True.
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did. It must have been before then.
It only took one question for Mademoiselle to doubt her own story. What I still cannot see is why the need for the lies.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
I got mine from Amazon. It's called a Switch Stick. And I have just absolutely covered it in stuff. I have hand sanitizer, I have a fuzzy rabbit, I have a Sanrio plushie thing hanging off of it, I have several cat keychains. I have lots of cute things hanging off of it. I actually used to have bells on it so it would jingle as I walked, but I took those off because they seemed to be annoying for everyone. No, not super pricey. I think it was only like 20 bucks or something. I'm wanting picks so bad. The handle has gotten a lot of use, obviously, so the black paint is starting to chip off, but, you know. And it is black. It's black, and it has etchings all over it that make it look like scales. Very cool.
Mademoiselle, I shall keep my questions brief.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Ah, yes, the sacred relic cane. Actually, here. You know what? Let me go grab it and snap a pic really quick. I'll be right back. Oh gosh. Look at that arm. Wow. Very fancy. So yeah, I put that in the comfy couch, a picture of what the top part of my cane looks like. I have lots of stuff on it. Thank you for the summon.
Oui, detective.
I am already aware of Mademoiselle's involvement with the blackmail, but I'm not sure if she's also connected with the Major's murder. Tell me what happened before you found the Major in his study.
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure everything was up to scratch.
Go on.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Maman Ray's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
You did not question what she needed help with?
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
Oh. Mademoiselle Elizabeth still looked pale when I saw her earlier. I understand the amount of work that goes into keeping a house of this size running, but Madame cannot expect the staff to work if they're ill. Perhaps Mademoiselle Rihanna can clear up the reason for Elizabeth's panic.
Merci. I shall return if I have any further questions.
Rihanna believes workers didn't stand a chance. Rihanna unsure about timing.
Things are beginning to be...
How can either of them forget something so important from only a day before? Bless you. Archibald and Rihanna are unsure of their stories.
Come, my little grey cells.
Looking at the cane,
think logically.
I can see you took a trophy after each kill. Yeah, I did, definitely.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of...
Both Archibald and Rihanna played the parts very well. That is, until they became complacent. Why do the staff feel the need to fabricate stories? Archie and Rihanna fabricated the story.
The pieces of the puzzle of...
I almost had to relay their stories back to them both. I obviously cannot truth a word they have said. I can't trust a word that they have said. Why are the staff hiding the truth from me? Staff are hiding the truth. Staff may be involved with murder.
Another success.
It is a revelation that I had not expected. The staff were involved with the murder. While young Inga is guilty of her own crimes associated with blackmail, it was Monsieur Sterling and Madame Rihanna that have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. Staff were already suspicious to begin with, but this confirms their involvement. Are all the staff members involved? 3. I'm close to revealing the truth about Major's murder, but I must understand the roles of each and every person involved playing before the final puzzle is revealed.
Go on, detective.
Tell me about Elizabeth yesterday.
What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
That may be, but she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well, that's all.
And she came to you.
I told you, we are a family here. The girls come to Mama Reh if they have a problem, and I fix it.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No! Just leave the poor girl. She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs
You not wanting
her
me to
rest.
talk to her is real suspicious, Rihanna. I'm sure Mademoiselle Rihanna is a loving mother figure to the staff while away from their families, but her eagerness to keep me from seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth again does not sit comfortably.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
She looked white. Rihanna helped Elizabeth after coming down the stairs.
I cannot see the logic in this. What a revelation!
I cannot imagine the pain they felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts. Both grieve Luke.
Order and method.
Staff are involved in the murder. Inga feels disconnected from her peers. Archie staged a phone call. I'm still surprised that these two don't connect. Like, that seems like something that would connect.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. Is there something? I should not be surprised.
I'm confident Inga isn't part of the cover-up that has clearly been the focus of the other staff.
The pieces of the puzzle are fun.
Elizabeth looked pale and the other members of the staff were busy with their duties. She must have found the body, but did she play a part in the murder?
What a revelation!
Although her duties are primarily focused in the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her. Rihanna wasn't seen after Elizabeth found the corpse.
Another success.
Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why was it necessary, I'm not sure of yet. Why did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth?
Order and method. I must take a different approach if I am to... Magnifique.
Archibald's acting skills came into play to cover for a member of staff, but who? Archie was covering for a member of staff.
Come, my little Graycel. I cannot see the logic in this. I must act on thought. Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of...
The staged phone call was Archie's assignment. He went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth, but why did he feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? While young Inga is guilty of her own crimes... no, wait. We already said that. I now have all the pieces of the puzzle. I must return to my room and place them together until the result reveals itself. It is time for my little gray cells to go to work. I'm so close to uncovering the truth. So, Rihanna was covering for Elizabeth. Archie staged a phone call to cover for Elizabeth.
Things are beginning to become...
How could I have allowed this to slip through my grasp? Elizabeth is the murderer. That's it? I just need to be like, well, Elizabeth's the murderer. That's it. I cannot believe I didn't see it, blinded by my own trust. When I look back now, the clues were there, staring me in the face. I spent my time chasing connections between the guests. Their motives and agendas were more than enough to raise suspicion. But while distracted by them, I failed to notice the one absent member of the household. What I still cannot grasp is why. I promised myself that after that fateful day in the capital, I would not let my judgment steer me adrift. But once again, I'm left looking the fool. There's nothing more that can be done tonight. I must at least try to rest my head in preparation for confronting Mademoiselle Elizabeth in the morning. And then he just gets stabbed in his sleep. What in the world? Has an elephant escaped and made its way to the second floor? It sounds as though it's coming directly above me, but is that the storage room? That is the storage room. Sorry. I love how casually slow he is walking during this. Oh my god, it sounds like there's a scuffle, like an elephant up above me. I will stroll and saunter at an appropriate speed. Figure out what it is. The intellectual elite never rush, they only saunter. Why would Monsieur Sterling be in here clattering around in the dead of night? A detective is never late, he arrives exactly when he means to. I am never late, everyone else is just early. Archibald is up in the middle of the night making some amount of noise. I must find out the extent of his behavior. Archie. What did you do, Archie?
Monsieur Sterling.
Oh, Detective, I was just...
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
Oh, I see it. That cabinet swings out. You can see the scratches on the floor.
A butler's job is never...
I am no fool, monsieur. You have spun enough stories this weekend.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
And with good reason.
My patience is all but run out. What are you doing in here?
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
I often think on fond memories, but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
Monsieur Sterling sounds as though he plans on leaving the house. It sounded as though you were moving furniture in here.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Please, detective. I know you know how it ended up in my possession. I was just trying to get some extra money together to send home. I can't lose this job. If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Theft of a medal would be the very least of your problems.
You've done nothing but deceive and abuse your position in the house.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
Even when confronted, Monsieur Sterling remains steadfast and refused to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Why would I fake a telephone call?
The same reason that Mademoiselle Rihanna dressed in the Major's jacket in the snow, to allow not only the guests but me to believe the Major was still alive.
I didn't kill him, detective.
I know, monsieur. But I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it.
Both you and Mademoiselle Rihanna risked your freedom to help Elizabeth.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Monsieur, I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
AKA, I only just found out about this. And I only theorized it. You just confirmed it for me.
You will be taking her away then.
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. She is just a servant in this house. If she is arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
You still have not explained what you were doing up here.
The Major's military storage box.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
And those other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Oh, the knife?
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for much longer.
Mr. Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on his cryptic messages.
I need a moment.
It's this. I can tell. There's the door there. One of the many saint carvings from around the house, abandoned in a box. Why is this saint carving here? Hid items relating to the murder. Room, detached saint carving.
Some would say a lucky guess.
The detached carving may relate to the door in this room. That would explain Archie's presence. Secret room accessible from storeroom. He hid items related to the murder.
I should not be surprised by my...
Archie must have hidden items in the secret room. I presume this exists within here somewhere. There appears to be nothing here. Aha, a hidden room. It seems there are more secrets in this house to discover. Major's military service box. It contains letters and keepsakes. An expensive-looking lighter. It looks to have, unfortunately, been through a war. Come, my little gray cells. I believe we already know something about this mystery. The last will and testament of the late Vicomte. It seems he truly loved Angeline. Last will and testament. Declaration. I declare that I, Vicomte Edwin van den Bosch, am of sound mind. This last will expresses my wishes without undue influence or duress. Article 1. In the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra van den Bosch, as the executor of the Van den Bosch estate, and I leave the remaining wealth held in the Van den Bosch name to my only daughter, Angeline van den Bosch. Any outstanding debts, expenses of my last illness, Funeral expenses and administration costs are to be paid from Vandenbosch account at the National Bank of Belgium. To my daughter Angeline, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade for even a moment. My wife Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years. We have laughed, we have loved, and we have brought the most precious gifts into the world together. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for the future full of opportunity and hope. Vicomte Edwin Vandenbosch, Monsieur Victor Rougeau and Petit Solicitors. Oh, wow. If they had any common sense, they'd trap him in that room. Yeah, right? You'd think that they would. They might. We don't know that. They might do it. A prestigious-looking knife. Likely belonging to the Major. Unrecognizable symbol. Rose engraving.
The pieces of the puzzle.
This lighter must belong to the Major. The army symbol all but confirms it, but don't I already have this in my possession?
What a revelation.
The lighter found in the military box is certainly the Major's, meaning this other one is not. Yeah, because Archie said that his dad was in the war, so him having some war memorabilia would come from that.
Another success.
The murder weapon has been found. Elizabeth must have used this in the study.
There is no use lying anymore.
In the study with a knife. Elizabeth in the study with a knife. When I inspected the garden yesterday, I found a lighter I assumed to belong to the Major.
He always had his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, Detective.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene, obscured my investigation, and yet it is a lighter that you worry about most?
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Fleurette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
Yeah, but the difference is that Elizabeth actually did the thing. Fleurette didn't steal. And she still got in trouble. Elizabeth, unfortunately, did murder, which makes it different. Although the cases differ greatly in severity, I can envision the similarities of how Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be treated by those in positions of authority or social standing, even before she is trialed. It is my oath as an officer of the law to uphold justice and fairness. Mademoiselle must be given the chance to prove her innocence before the courts, as any other suspect. The absent murder weapon.
You found it.
Even the secret area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
Maybe.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It was in his holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
I cannot imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. She must have been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her, as she claims.
She didn't plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
That is what Mademoiselle told you?
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told Monsieur Sterling a version of the events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggle to believe that she would make up such a story, but then I also did not believe that she could do such a thing as commit murder. Self-defense, but if the court decides, then instant judgment. Yep.
I need a moment. Magnifique.
If the only thing I found was Archibald's lighter, he must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden?
Things are beginning to be...
Archibald dropped the murder weapon from the window, collected it, and then hid it in the secret room.
There is no use lying anymore.
It was you that I saw in the garden that night.
When you asked me yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly, I don't know.
Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth, he must truly want to protect her from the law.
There is no use.
I have one last question. Why?
Why what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position, you would do the same.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you, Detective. I would do anything for her. For any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law?
Without question.
The lengths that Monsieur Sterling would go to protect someone he considers family is admirable. But when those lengths break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent, they cannot be ignored. I ask you once your morning duties for the ladies of the house are complete. Mademoiselle Rihanna and yourself wait in the staff quarters.
Aye, Detective. But please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
Hello. I have a bad feeling. I do too. Again, if they're not stupid, they're gonna murder Poirot. Or at least they're gonna try it. After all these further revelations, my mind is as busy as Monsieur Goulet's chocolate shop. I have all the puzzle pieces. I have all the pieces of the puzzle to deduce why Elizabeth killed the Major. Now I must allow my little gray cells to put them together. After finding the document in the hidden room, things are starting to fall into place as to why Elizabeth may have killed him. I mean, yeah, the Major fucking shot Luke, her fiancé. They make it sound that she was alone with all that weight, in shock over what happened. He's trusting the system even though it's broken. Yeah, that's sort of what he does. Luke died in the factory. Already attacked first. Elizabeth is the murderer. The Major was dishonorably discharged. Major killed prisoners of war. Major paid for blackmail. War map. Worked with Ernesto. Under the guardianship of Madame. Major was building a militia.
Is there something?
Major contacted old friends.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. I must act on thought.
Ernesto paid the Major well for support. So, Major paid for blackmail ransom. He was paid well.
Is there something I am?
What? Not receiving a pension.
This will
No?
not get me any closer to my goal.
So, paid for blackmail, because he killed prisoners of war.
What a
Okay.
revelation!
This information must have destroyed his reputation if unveiled. A strong motive for blackmail. The Major didn't receive a pension, and the Major was in a bad financial state.
Magnifique.
The Major's financial struggles may have left him in need of a source of income. Who could the Major have turned to in his time of need? He needed a well-paying job. He got paid well
Things
by
are
Ernesto.
beginning to become.
The Major needed the job to go ahead. It was the only way to guarantee the money out of his pocket. What could he do to ensure that the job would be complete? Security attacked first.
I should not be surprised.
To secure his payment, the Major must have ordered the attack at the strikes. What were the consequences of the Major ordering the first attack? Luke died at the factory
Another
strike.
success.
The Major's actions unfortunately led to the death of Luke, and all for greed. Who would have been most affected by this? Elizabeth.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Elizabeth was probably lost more than anyone else involved. She may even have sought revenge. I mean, Rihanna is his sister. Like, I understand that that's not a partner, but still losing a sibling to this is enough to want to get revenge as well. Elizabeth doesn't seem like the vengeful type, but all signs are pointing to her seeking revenge for her beloved Luke. Am I to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth? I must be at my best, and my little gray cells must be at their most alert. It is time to at least try and rest. I have no time to wallow in my lack of sleep. I must confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth and hopefully finally know the truth of what took place.
Detective Poirot, I'm glad you're awake.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. It has certainly not been a night of peaceful sleep.
Please don't tell me
There
that
is
Elizabeth is
something
dead.
that we must discuss.
Please, Detective, I'm not sure I can take any more surprises like last night.
I'm afraid this may be the most upsetting of them all.
You have found Felix's killer, haven't you?
I have. And the guilty party will certainly come as a shock.
I take no great pleasure in telling you this, mademoiselle.
Detective, please.
It was Mademoiselle Elizabeth that was behind the Major's death.
You must be mistaken. Elizabeth could not do such a thing.
I assure you I am not. It is something I spent much of last night deliberating. When you spoke of the telephone lines being out of order, it made me question the conversation I thought I had heard Monsieur Sterling make with the Major before connecting the call to him.
But it hasn't been working all weekend.
Exactement, mademoiselle. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to.
On my way to speaking with Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna, I met Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
She was meant to be resting in the staff quarters. She has not been well.
I am afraid that was yet another lie, orchestrated to keep her from incriminating herself.
Why would you think that, Detective?
I only managed a few words with her before we were quite abruptly interrupted by Monsieur Sterling.
I must admit, he has a habit of speaking over the other staff.
It was much more than merely disturbing our conversation. It was done with the intention to prevent Mademoiselle saying something that she should not.
So, Elizabeth killed Felix, and then Archibald helped her cover it up?
In its simplest form, oui. I have heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
You have spoken with Elizabeth already? Did she admit to it?
Not Elizabeth, but Monsieur Sterling.
Were you not woken last night by the tremendous amount of noise coming from the storage room?
I wasn't. What were you doing in there, detective?
It was Monsieur Sterling that I found in there. I was taken by some surprise to hear anyone awake at that hour.
What on earth was he doing?
He claimed he was merely reminiscing of his time with the family.
You don't believe him?
It did not take long for me to uncover the truth of why he was there, and the location of the Major's murder weapon.
Did you know of the hidden area within the storage room?
Hidden area?
A room that held all of the Major's secrets.
I had no idea. Did you discover the reason for his blackmail?
I did. Were you aware he was dishonorably discharged from the army?
Dishonorably? What does that mean?
Angeline, you were an adult woman. If you know what being honorable is, dishonorable is the opposite. I will not hide the truth from Mademoiselle, but I will try to be as delicate as possible with the news of the Major's prior actions. Your dad was a killer. Your dad? Yeah, he broke the fucking law in the worst way. He killed prisoners. I'm sure you're aware of Monsieur Zachariah's troubles he faces from his time in the war.
Yes, Gideon told me about the conversation you had. It is really quite upsetting.
Don't overestimate her IQ.
Zachariah was adamant of the Major's cruelty during the war, but the extent was not known until now. He killed a number of prisoners, men that were friends of Zachariah.
Surely not. He would not do such a thing. They must have been trying to escape.
Even if they were trying to escape, does that make it right to murder them?
I am afraid not. They were in fact unarmed.
Oh, detective.
It is the reason he was discharged, denied his military pension, and I believe the reason he fled England.
He had been such an important part of my life for so long, but I feel like I hardly knew him.
Monsieur Sterling was adamant of Mademoiselle Elizabeth's innocence.
Innocence? You said it was she that killed him.
It was her hand that held the knife, but he was quite insistent it happened in self-defense.
In all of the years I have known her, she has barely even raised her voice. I cannot believe she would do something like that out of malice.
I mean, I would say that there is the whole trope of beware the quiet ones, they're the ones that'll really mess you up.
The whole truth cannot be known until Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told her story.
I allowed my perception of her character to conceal any thought of her involvement. It seems I am not the only one. Time has come to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
Will you allow me to be present?
I think that is an excellent idea. I hope your presence will calm her and will perhaps allow her to speak more freely.
Please, detective. I know she has done a terrible thing, but I beg of you to give her the time to explain herself.
Like a fart. Silent but deadly.
I will offer Mademoiselle Elizabeth the fair trial that she deserves, as I would with any suspect.
Thank you, Detective Poirot.
Would you bring Mademoiselle Elizabeth to the study, where we will not be disturbed?
Of course, I'll find her immediately.
I believe that Monsieur Sterling has already told me about the events that occurred between Mademoiselle Elizabeth and the Major. I do not believe that she would have had to do what she did if he had not attacked her and pushed her to the point where she feared for her life. I must listen to her story. The truth, only then can her punishment be determined.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, merci for joining us.
Wait. You're telling me that they're interviewing her in the room that she murdered him in? That if it's true, he tried to assault her in? What the fuck?
Miss Angeline said you requested to see me urgently.
We have some serious matters to discuss, and I would like to waste no further time.
Oh, yes, Detective.
How are you feeling, mademoiselle?
Still not quite myself.
I was surprised when Monsieur Sterling hurried you to assist Madame Vandenbosch
Yeah.
last night.
Putting pressure to the max, no fucking joke. My god. Oh yeah, you know the Major? He died right over there on the floor. You can see it. There's literally a blood stain. Right there. Yeah.
I should not have avoided my duties for so long. The house does not stop because I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That is true, but you cannot be expected to complete all your tasks if you are not in the right frame of mind.
Honestly, Detective, it was best for me to not sit and wallow anymore.
My investigation has taken me down many paths this weekend.
Have you been able to uncover who the blackmailer is?
The blackmailer's identity has been established, and they will pay the price for their crimes.
Wonderful news, Detective. You can put it all behind you now. You must be thrilled.
I would not say thrilled, knowing that such a close friend has betrayed us.
Wow, Angeline. See, Angeline, this is the one time where I'm like, she knows what she's doing. She said that literally so she could be like, yeah, if only another close friend of ours didn't betray us. Right, Elizabeth? Right?
Mademoiselle is correct. What I have learned over this weekend is that people are not always as they appear. While they...
And, what of the Major's killer?
Well, mademoiselle, that is why I have asked you here now.
I posed the question to all the guests, what their thoughts on the Major were. Now I extend that question to you.
I'm not quite sure what you want me to say, Detective.
Your honest opinion is all I ask, and, s'il te plaît, do not hold back. No one else felt it necessary.
We only spoke when there was something in the house to be done. We did not speak of interests or pastimes.
You knew of his work with Monsieur de Silva?
I only know what is required of me to know, and that is very little.
But you were aware of his work as security at Monsieur de Silva's factory.
I was.
The factory your beloved Luke worked at, before he was cruelly taken from this world.
Yes, Detective.
I understand that Luke was not only involved in the strikes, but was on the front line.
Yes, that is where he spent his last moments. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow workers.
The resulting riots were a terrible tragedy, one that I hope we will not have to see or experience again. Something that could have been avoided had the Major and his team done what was required of them.
Nobody deserved to die that day. Not my Luke.
You blame the Major for his death.
Detective, what kind of question is that?
It is a straightforward one. Mademoiselle, if there is something you wish to tell me, now is that time.
I'm sorry, Detective, I just don't know how to answer it.
Let us consider what we know of the Major. He fronted the militia that attacked the workers at the strike. You were aware of this? You finally had someone to blame for Luke's death. Someone conveniently located in the same house, alone in his study.
No, Detective. It wasn't like that.
Tell me what happened with the Major on the evening of his death.
I was only in here trying to prove what I heard Mr. Beckers say. I was going to report him, I swear. Miss Angeline, you believe me, don't you?
I want to. I am still trying to understand it all myself. Why don't you start from the beginning?
I was delivering Miss Angeline's dress to her room when I heard Mr. Beckers arguing with the Major in his study. They were ever so loud. I thought the whole house would have been listening to what they were saying. Mr. Beckers was talking about the factory strikes and how it was the Major's fault. He told him that if he didn't own up to his crimes, he would go to the newspapers.
I cannot imagine the Major would have taken kindly to Monsieur Becker's threat.
He didn't. He called him some rather uncouth names before Mr. Beckers left and went downstairs. I made sure to keep out of sight. After the altercation between the Major and Master Gideon, you went to speak with him outside, and I thought I could look around his study without anyone knowing. I had to know for sure. If it was true, he deserved to be held accountable.
And did you find the proof you are looking for?
I found a payment from Mr. De Silva, but there was nothing incriminating about that. I was so nervous. I felt like my heart was beating out of my chest.
And then you saw the blackmail note.
I recognized the writing on the envelope. I couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing to Angeline? To the family that had taken him in?
Common sense would determine the Major was another victim of the blackmailer.
If I'd have used common sense, I wouldn't have been snooping around alone in his study in the first place. I heard the footsteps in the hall, and before I could move, the Major was standing in front of me demanding to know why I was going through his belongings without permission. I tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came out, and when he saw the letter in my hand, it was like Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I tried to move around him towards the door, but he hurled something towards me, and it crashed against the wall.
That would explain the damage to the wall.
I froze. I have never been so scared in all my life. I thought he was going to kill me there and then.
And you thought you would beat him to it?
Oh, Detective, you make it sound as though I had it all planned. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. His grip just got tighter and tighter. If only you had seen the look in his eyes, I dared not even scream. I saw the sheath on his belt. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to hurt him, but he wouldn't let go of me.
So you took your opportunity to put an end to it all.
I just wanted to get him off me. I didn't want to hurt him. I reached for it and I jabbed it at him. His grip instantly loosened and I ran straight out the door and didn't look back.
You did not even look to see what state you had left him in?
She had just been attacked, Detective.
With his type of anger, as we had already seen it, I'm not that surprised.
Oui, please. Continue.
I ran down to the pantry looking for Rahana. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I explained to her what had happened and she went to find Archie. She said he would know what to do. We went back to the study and he was still lying there, motionless. Archie said that no one would believe me. That if someone like me killed someone like him, I would be sent straight to the gallows. He left the letter so you would find it. He said that if people knew what the Major was really like, then they wouldn't care what happened to him.
So I am to believe that it was Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that cleaned the scene and orchestrated a plan that included a fake telephone call and dressing as the Major so that he may be seen. You had nothing to do with that.
I swear I had no idea that is what they had done. Archie just told me to stay out of sight. I am no master criminal.
Then Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna will be charged for obstruction of justice and impeding my investigation.
Please, Detective, they were only trying to help me.
If they wished to help you, they should have brought all of this to my attention immediately instead of committing more illegal acts.
Surely you haven't forgotten what happened with Fleurette. She was only accused of stealing a bracelet. I killed a man.
It is a day I have not forgotten, mademoiselle. Even for a moment.
Rough situation.
Without your help, I don't stand a chance. Please, Detective Poirot, you are the only one that can help me.
Oh, Elizabeth, why didn't you come to me?
I didn't think you would believe me. I felt so guilty. And when it was announced yesterday that he was a victim of the blackmailer, I wanted to tell you everything. I came to find you last night, Detective, but Archie stopped me. I'm sorry.
Come, my little grey cells, let us solve this mystery.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Elizabeth's story confirms Margot's claim. The Major's death was a result of a defensive strike. Finally, I've solved the case of the Major's murder. I must admit, I take no joy in declaring Mademoiselle Elizabeth as a killer, and I wish she had never been put in such a position at all.
Oh, yes, Detective.
Major's missing knife?
I don't know where it is.
If you have been honest with me until now, I ask that you continue.
I'm sorry, I really don't know. Archie dropped it out of the study window and he said he would deal with it. I couldn't bear to touch the thing.
I have the knife in my possession, and I believe that from Mademoiselle's reaction, she does not know what became of it. She is unaware of the efforts that Monsieur Sterling and Madame Rihanna have went to mask what she had done. Monsieur Sterling was not lying when he said he would do anything for her. Merci, mademoiselle. S'il vous plaît, wait in my room.
Please, I was only protecting myself. I didn't want to hurt him. He just wouldn't let me go.
Oui, mademoiselle. I know. Mademoiselle tells quite the harrowing story.
I cannot imagine the Major acting in such a way, but Elizabeth could not make up such a story.
After learning what I have about the Major's character this weekend, I would not question the lengths he would go to in order to keep his secret hidden. I know that you share a close bond with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, but you cannot allow your personal feelings to taint your belief of what took place.
She has committed a terrible crime, but she will live with that for the rest of her life. She is not a cold-blooded killer.
If what she says of the Major's attack is true, she acted in self-defense, and in the law's eyes, a crime has not been committed. I will do everything I can to make sure her story is heard and a fair trial is conducted.
I believe the version of events that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has confessed to are true. Major having fallen into a bit of rage at the prospect of his sordid secrets coming to light, he attacked the young Mademoiselle and drove her to do what she had to do to protect herself. She put herself in a dangerous position, but there is a small part of me that commends the duty she felt to find justice for her beloved, and the other workers that lost their lives at the Major's order. If the telephone line is now working, I must call in my findings. With the remaining snow, it may still be some time before they arrive.
Mademoiselle, it is time I address the house.
Ah, nose itchy.
Are you sure? What will you say? What if they do not listen?
I can assure you, they will.
Elizabeth was right, though. She's just a servant. What if they...
Mademoiselle, when Detective Poirot speaks, they will listen. Would you ask the guests to convene in the library?
Of course. And what of the staff?
Yeah.
I have told Monsieur Sterling to remain in the staff quarters with the others. When the authorities arrive, they shall be dealt with. You have been of great help to me throughout my investigation, and now that it is over, I have one final request.
You only need to ask.
While I am speaking with the guests in the library, would you watch over Mademoiselle Elizabeth in my room?
You don't think she will try and escape, do you?
In her position, I do not know what she might try. But I trust with you there, any potential ideas of such a thing will be squashed.
Chapter 9. How do you say this word? Honey. Never mind.
Detective, you have spent more time making us sit and wait for you than anything else.
Madame Vandenbosch, if you think I have spent my time focused on anything besides uncovering the Major's killer, you are sorely mistaken.
I'm sure you will be eager to share your findings with us then.
All in good time, Madame. Firstly, to understand the truth of what has occurred this weekend, one must know the timeline of events that not only preceded the Major's death, but succeeded.
We are all well aware of what happened before, Detective. You can save your breath.
You are only aware of what the guilty parties wanted you to believe, but now I shall apprise you to the true events.
Yeah, see, I thought it was
the reason for us all being here, you know. The altercation between Monsieur Demire and the Major, you know. The body of Monsieur Hagen was found while we were all sat enjoying a most delicious meal. That you also know. But what was kept from us all was that his body lay on the study floor for far longer than was thought.
It was that servant. She found him.
S'il te plaît, monsieur. It was indeed young Inga that found the Major's body lying lifeless in the study.
So it was her.
Monsieur, I will not allow for any further interruptions. I return to the Major's body. If we are to believe the scene that we were presented with, the Major must have been killed during the first course of our meal, a meal that none of you left, even for a moment. Speaking in the evening, you all confirmed one another's alibis, and although there was doubt in the validity of some, I confirmed that they were indeed all true. What I could not understand was how a man came to be found dead, and every guest accounted for at the time of death. That is until I questioned the latter. Monsieur Beckers, I shall now allow you to speak. You saw the Major smoking a cigar in the snow. Is that true?
It is.
False. You saw what you were meant to see. Someone in the Major's coat standing outside, giving the illusion that the Major was still very much alive. Monsieur da Silva, on the afternoon of the Major's death, do you recall hearing a telephone ring?
Now that you mention it, I have not heard a single ring all weekend.
Correct. The telephone lines have been down for the duration of our stay, meaning the telephone call that was received and promptly directed to the Major's study was yet another act of trickery and deceit. But it did not end there. When I entered the study for the first time, it was obvious someone had already been there and falsified the scene to stage a burglary and clear away important evidence, including the murder weapon. What followed was an investigation that had already been hindered. But even those lengths were not enough to derail me for long.
I think we have all had enough of your self-praise, Detective. Perhaps you would like to tell us who killed him now?
Madame, as I'm sure you would expect, it is not as simple as that. What many of you do not know is the discussion that was had between the Major and Monsieur Beckers earlier that day.
What has that got to do with anything? I told you I didn't kill him.
That I know to be true. What you do not know is that it was not only his ears that heard your spoken words.
I hope you are not implying I had something to do with it.
No, madame, there was another. Mademoiselle Elizabeth. You are all aware that the Major was hired by Monsieur da Silva to front the security during the workers' strikes. What very few of you know is that it was the Major's order that instigated the vicious attacks on those unarmed men and resulted in numerous deaths, including Mademoiselle Elizabeth's fiancé, Luc. Monsieur Beckers confronted the Major, declaring that he was to hand himself in. That is what Mademoiselle Elizabeth overheard. Now, knowing the truth, she waited until the Major was away from his study. After he stepped outside following the confrontation with Monsieur Demir's fist, it looked to be the perfect opportunity, or so she thought. The Major returned and found her looking for the proof she required to hand him over to the authorities.
If the maid bumped him off, why hasn't she been arrested?
The events that followed in the study are not those of a cold-blooded murder, but one of a young girl that had no other option but to protect her own life.
Sounds to me, Detective, like you have taken a shine to this young girl and would rather protest her innocence than arrest her for murder, the crime she has committed.
Jeez, this is gonna make for a juicy story.
Mademoiselle, I ask you this. You have seen the Major's anger before, oui?
What if I have?
How do you think he would have reacted if someone was to find proof that he had committed a terrible act, and that if made public, would surely result in his incarceration? Exactement.
It is quite the story you have told, Detective, but all I have heard is that Elizabeth overheard a conversation blaming the Major for her fiancé's death, and she murdered him in revenge. A servant killing a man that is as revered as he was. She will face the noose.
I am not denying that a man has lost his life, but it is not the crime of murder that you all believe. While the Major did not deserve to die in such a way, it was his actions towards Mademoiselle Elizabeth that drove her to defend herself in any way she could. Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be punished. but we will let the law decide the severity of her punishment.
She has played you like a fiddle, Detective, acting the innocent victim. She will be arrested and hanged for her crime, like every other cold-blooded killer.
Hear, hear.
Give her what she deserves.
The girl has got to pay for what she's done.
I could not have been clearer with what occurred in the Major's study. They've all forgotten their own perceptions of the Major, the terrible crimes he has committed, and what he has done to all of them in one way or another. I cannot allow for Mademoiselle Elizabeth's sentence to be negatively influenced by those in the house. I must help them see how their past actions have led to this unfortunate circumstances and loss of life. Perhaps I should remind them all of their participation. In not only the workers' strike, but the resulting riots.
Those of you that are calling for the hanging of Mademoiselle Elizabeth, have you forgotten the roles you played? Your actions have been far from innocent.
Look, Detective, I see where you are going with this, but it's not going to work. So maybe the strikes were down to De Silva and Beckers. But don't try and drag me into their mistakes.
Mademoiselle Conrad, if you are so confident of your innocence, perhaps we should begin with you.
Convincing Mademoiselle Conrad to admit to her involvement will be no easy feat. She's strong and had deflected questions in the past. Perhaps a more aggressive approach. That's not how you spell aggressive. Approach is in order. Neutral. You are at the top of your field now, but tell me, why is it you entered the world of journalism? Accusing. You would do almost anything for a headline, n'est-ce pas?
You don't need to imply it's only me that does. Ask any of my journalists, they'll say the same.
Even if in the process people are hurt? You knew the situation surrounding the strikes, and only sought to swell the anger in people and create further chaos. Mademoiselle, you so often have something to say. Now is not the time for silence.
You really are delusional. Maybe you should just keep your theories and claims to yourself.
Forceful. You used others for your own agenda, not considering the repercussions. Shaming. I do not know of any field that would sacrifice the lives of others for gain.
You obviously have no idea what goes on in my world. I would say stick to honest police work, but it seems that it's not in your field either.
Frustrated. You cannot honestly believe that what you have done is acceptable. Disgust. You have allowed others to fall while you walk proudly across their backs.
Look, it's...
Mademoiselle, I do not have time for your excuses. Do you wish to state your direct involvement, or should I?
It's not... Okay, fine. Yes, the story was going nowhere. There was a deal on the table, and it was going to be done and dusted. Everything you said is true. I wanted the story. The scoop that would have blown the others out of the water. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. But I can see what I did wasn't right. I didn't think you had this side in you. I can see now why Angeline asked for you personally. You're not like other cops. It's clear it's the law and doing the right thing through and through with you. If you say it was self-defense, I believe you.
We can't just forget what that girl has done. It's not Jackie's fault, or any of ours, that she decided to do what she did.
Monsieur Beckers, you are the last person I expected to defend Mademoiselle Conrad. We talked only last night, and correct me if I am wrong, but you have already declared the role you played. To me, at least.
Yes, we talked. It's just not fair of you to attack Jackie like that, putting words in her mouth until she succumbs to your plan.
I know enough of Monsieur Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need. Playing the role of ally may be the best way to approach him. Cynical, you did not consider how the strike could turn violent, endangering your men. Direct. Even as leader of the Union, you were swayed by one that had no part in the Union dealings.
Detective, I'm afraid you're misunderstood. That is not how it was. It was not my intention for things to escalate as they did. I could not have predicted that would happen. Jackie was documenting everything to do with the strikes. She wanted our story to be heard and wanted to know how I was handling the negotiations.
And they were handled by yourself?
Naturally. If I cannot handle simple negotiations, I am not fit to be in the position I am in.
Forceful. Mademoiselle Conrad swayed, influenced, and manipulated your every decision. You take great pride in your work. Are you proud of the decisions you made during the strikes? How are either of these being an ally?
I was only pushing for what my men deserved, what they needed. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Detective. Surely you must know that. Nothing is ever simple, Detective. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
Sympathetic. I understand that you may not wish such details to be presented in front of your fellow guests, but for justice to prevail, the whole truth must be known. Or neutral. You have fought for those that do not have a voice. Surely you will not allow another one to be lost in the wind of social discrimination.
You're right, Detective. I have tried so hard to deny my part, but I know only too well that my decisions led to the death of those men. I know I cannot excuse what I've done. I just want you all to know that I am not a hateful or malicious man. I only wanted to prove that I was the right man. I have lived in other shadows for so long. I thought I would be able to finally step into the light and be the one that everyone remembered, not forgot. Monsieur da Silva offered me a deal and I turned it down. I thought I was doing right by the workers, but it was only myself I was thinking about.
What more proof do you need? He said it himself. I made a generous offer to reach a resolution, and he turned his nose up at it.
It was not that simple, though. Oui, an offer was made, but Monsieur Beckers and the workers would never have been forced into that position had their working conditions been satisfactory to begin with.
This is outrageous! Do you plan on blaming everyone for doing their jobs? I suppose it makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it?
Although Monsieur da Silva eventually opened up, he was defensive when we discussed the matters of his blackmail, and that was a private conversation behind closed doors. I cannot imagine he will be forthcoming in front of other guests. He's going to need some convincing to admit his faults. Correct. If you are simply doing your job and treating your men fairly, there would not be a strike about it. Insulting. I have never heard such a pathetic attempt to justify one's actions. The problems stemmed from you and your decisions.
It may be a big deal to
Really?
you, but I am used to workers not being happy with something. And most of the time, that unhappiness is directed at me. When you're in charge of your own factory, you'll understand. I handled the situation the best I could. If you think otherwise, maybe you have proved us all right, that you aren't the great detective you claim to be.
Anything I claim to be is supported by facts and truth. The desire to hide one's secrets is a powerful force. I wonder how easily yours is broken. You were willing to pay an anonymous blackmailer that accused you of the same.
You said it. Anonymous. I don't know them, and it doesn't sound like they know me. When you have something people want, money, they will do anything, including constructing lies to get their hands on it.
Monsieur da Silva, you seem to have forgotten our previous conversations.
I recall them just fine, thank you. A police officer trying to manipulate facts to fit his own agenda. Shocking.
Forceful. Claims of abuse against your staff and hiring of a militia, those are facts that have been twisted to my agenda. Assertive. Intentional or not, your arrangements with the Major kindled the fire that started the riots.
Is that what you plan to do?
Well,
Accuse us
apparently I was
all
wrong.
of something until we feel enough guilt that we agree to allow the girl to walk free.
The events that led to the Major's murder are not as simple as you have tried to convince yourself. I have uncovered what initiated both the murder of your workers and of the Major. It is you that refuses to accept the truth.
Apparently anyone can become a detective now. I really don't know how you gained your title.
Through order and...
Order? There's no order in beating down who you consider suspects until they have no other option but to admit something, guilty or not.
Monsieur da Silva, you have stood steadfast, and your opinion on your involvement has not wavered.
Detective, You would do well not to anger my friends.
It was not my intention. I only want those responsible to be held accountable for their actions. The Major's death does not fall on one person alone. Does your position on Mademoiselle Elizabeth's guilt remain the same?
Even after all your attempts, Detective, Felix was still murdered. Self-defense or not, she chose to hide what she had done because she knew what she had done was wrong. And she will be punished for it.
It was not choice to hide anything, madame. If in her position, I ask, what would you have done? The Major has already furiously thrown an object at you, barely missing your head, and now has hold of your arm.
I wouldn't have driven a knife into him, that I can tell you for sure. She is no fool. She intended to kill, not to defend.
Madame Van de Bosch will be a much greater challenge, but my method of approach has worked with her before. If I sway her into seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option, I must persuade her that it was the Major's action that drove her to do what she did. You were the closest to the Major. His violent temper cannot come as a surprise. Speaking with the guests this weekend, it's not the first time the Major has shown his threatening nature. I feel like suggestive is the wrong answer. I'm gonna click it anyway, though, but...
Quite presumptuous of you to assume violence is in his nature.
Putting my own feelings towards the Major aside, he was not an honorable man, at least at some time in his life. He must have been for you to allow him in your house for so many years. So, even you confirm he had a history of aggression.
Direct. The Major was dishonorably dismissed from the British military. Were you aware of this? Antagonizing. He played a role of caring friend very well, but that is all it was, a performance.
I'm sure that is none of my business. Likewise, it is none of yours.
The Major shot and killed a number of unarmed prisoners as they were bound and terrified, posing no threat. His actions are unforgivable and should not be defended by anyone.
You judge him so harshly, but I return the question. What would you have done in his position?
Ma'am, he shot people who were tied up. Hello?
He had made mistakes. I will not deny that.
Mistake.
In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit.
Straightforward. Making a poor decision once is a mistake. Making it twice is a choice. Sympathetic. And what of the mistreatment that you received from the Major? You cannot justify that. Major ordered the attack on unarmed workers. Surely you cannot condone that.
I did not know the circumstances of it. If he made that choice, he must have thought there was no other option.
S'il te plaît, madame. I ask that you consider everything you know of the Major carefully.
My friend has been murdered in cold blood, and you have the gall to ask me to save her? I will see to it that your superiors know of your crooked tendencies and wavering morals. Elizabeth will hang for this. There is no more a fitting punishment for her crime.
I knew that you had a cold heart, but never would I have expected to see you turn on a young girl so cruelly.
Excuse me?
She may have been the one that held the knife, but look at the monster that stood before her.
Yeah, I think
it
we
could
failed.
Not be clearer
we
the type
failed
of man.
Two people so
no,
far.
I shall refrain from offending men everywhere. The type of creature that he was. He bribed, he extorted, he murdered. And yet when he attacks a young girl and she does us a favor and stops him for good, she is punished.
I'm sorry, Margot, but I am struggling to understand why you have involved yourself in this affair.
Because that girl does not deserve your judgment. You should be ashamed of yourself. You all should be for allowing this to happen.
Countess, I have talked at length of the Major's death, but not the reason for my invitation in the first place. When I last gathered you all together, I spoke of a blackmail ring that was rife in the area, and then of the letter that the Major had received. Mademoiselle Angeline requested my help personally after she received such a letter threatening her family name. She felt I was the only one that could uncover the truth. And uncover the truth I have.
Get on with it, detective. Who dared try and extort my family and then have the gall to allow me to welcome them into my home?
If it was not for the honesty of a young servant, I would perhaps still be looking for the
For goodness sake, it was me.
Margot, how could you?
While it looked as though the Countess was helping the young women at the shelter, she was in fact only finding them positions of employment in wealthy homes to gather information on them and learn secrets that she would ultimately be able to use against them. Monsieur da Silva fell victim to her network of moles and was in turn blackmailed. It was quite the prosperous setup you had, knowing that they would not be prepared to lose their social standing if a secret was to find its way from where it had been hidden for so long.
That cannot be true, Margot. How could you do such a cruel thing?
That is rich, coming from you.
You are one of my oldest friends.
High and mighty, Madame Van den Bosch. You think you can do what you wish when you wish it and there will be no repercussions. You are as bad as all of them.
If I do not get a straight answer out of you, I will march you to the police station myself.
I'm surprised it took the Major this long to start living with you. He must have been on the edge for some time.
How dare you speak to me like that? In my own home.
A home you share with the father of your daughter for so many years, and she still remains none the wiser.
You have no right.
Maman.
Oh God, what
Angeline,
happened?
Have you heard what she has admitted to? She is merely trying to make herself...
Is what she says true? Felix, he was
Who's
my
watching
father?
Elizabeth?
That is the secret that the
Angeline.
letter was talking about, isn't it? You told me that we had nothing to hide. Detective Poirot, were you aware of this?
Oui, mademoiselle. But it was not my place to repeat.
I don't understand. What about father?
Your mama betrayed the
wasn't your
love of a
father.
good, honest man and played away behind his back and then kept it hidden for all these years like a lady of the night with her client list.
You will say no more. Angeline, I...
Did Felix know?
This is not an appropriate conversation.
He knew, dear girl. He knew the whole time. It is only dear Edwin that was blind to their deceit.
You will not talk of him like that. You will not talk of him at all.
If I don't, who will? You never deserved him. You don't even deserve the memory of him.
You jealous?
Countess, there is something that you still have not explained.
What more is there for her to say?
How long were you in love with the
Oh,
Viscount
I was
for?
right.
Margot? Is that true?
We were destined to be together. And then you turned up. And I was all but forgotten about.
That's rough, buddy.
But you were nothing more than friends.
And you made sure of that, didn't you? From the day you arrived, it was all about what you wanted and what you had to do to get it. You didn't consider Edwin at all. He was just a purse to you.
I loved my husband, and I miss him every day.
Loved him enough to stray?
Both of you, no more.
When your
Please,
daughter
Angela,
literally goes
let me
slut
explain.
Maman,
at you.
I do not wish to hear anything else from you.
Not even your own daughter wants to hear your lies anymore. Cassandra Van den Bosch, all alone.
How dare you!
He's smiling to himself. What a little shit.
While I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in solving both cases, there is still a part of me that is reluctant to revel in triumph. I am content with the unmasking of Comtesse de Vos as the blackmailer, and knowing that she will pay for her crimes. But it is the justice for Mademoiselle Elizabeth that worries me. She will stand in a court of law, and I can only hope that they can see she acted in self-defense. I must trust that our legal system and justice will prevail, and a fair sentencing will be given. In protecting her own life, she took the life of another. Perhaps the guilt she must live with is a greater punishment than any sentence she can receive. Countess de Vos was taken from Nemozinet House in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inge, along with a number of other girls that the Countess had found employment for, came forward and made full statements. She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to.
I wish they had subtitles.
Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on. Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London. I am happy to say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine, and the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. After Madame Vandenbosch's secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Madame Demire has not mentioned her maman in a single letter. After the discovery of her real father and how she had been lied to for so many years, I am not surprised if her departure from Belgium was somewhat an act of separation from her maman. Mademoiselle Conrad left Nemozinet House the same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case. Monsieur de Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, but after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Becker stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he continues to support them from behind the scenes. Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions.
That's good at least.
And Mademoiselle Elizabeth. She stood before a court and was found guilty of second-degree murder. She was sentenced to time in a female correctional house on the outskirts of the city. Alone in a foreign country with no friends or family for support, it will certainly be a hard life for her there. Her mental and physical strength will surely be tested to their limits, but she could not go unpunished. Without repercussions, we would become a society of animals.
So basically, pretty much everyone got a shitty ending.
The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Egan will remain on Elizabeth's hands. A stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However, it will remain as a reminder to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
Thank you for the head pats. So that was the end, I guess. Huh. I'm wondering if it even affects anything. You know? Like, I'm not sure. So while this rolls, I'm gonna just turn off my... that. And I will let that, roll, and then I will be back when it is done. All right. I return. Here I am. So, there is in fact a best ending possible with this game. There we go, so that's less distracting. There is in fact a best possible ending, but I really have no option to be able to... I have the answers, I see them. So, it seems like I would have to play the entire game over again to get the best ending. Do not recommend that. You know, let's just click it. See. Oh, it does say prologue. Are you kidding? No. You're kidding. That's a great way to get someone to never do anything with your game ever again. Saves. I have no control when it saves. About it. Inspect all the items in staff-related areas. Was it the window? If it was the window, I'm going to be pissed. What the fuck? Well then, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tab away from that. We're gonna go over to full screen. Thanks for the summon. Oh, the boba's here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to turn off. I wanted to turn off the boba. Go away. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna do our daily reminders. Also, I did see that Jade ended up leaving, I believe. Feel free to come see me. Bit late for the other thing they do. Oh. Remember to drink your daily dose of Beppis. Right? Very important. I have some fresh Beppis that I got while I was looking for the answers. And then, you know, I found out that the game doesn't have... It doesn't let me try again. For some reason, it lets you try again at every single other time where you're trying to break their shield. But this time, at the very end, no. And guess what? Autosave. You don't get a second chance. What the fuck is that? They were a bit late to... Oh, I didn't realize they streamed. Oh. Have you tried Beppis Mango? No, I haven't. I did try the peach one, though, when it came out, and I thought it was gross. I also tried the raspberry one. I also don't like that. I like the cherry, and I like the lime, and I like the regular. Ah, yes. So, we're gonna do some daily reminders. This is your daily reminder to drink some water. Technically, most things that you can drink have water in them, so it counts. Beppis counts. make sure that you have a meal or at least a really, really good snack today, and that you go to bed at a generally appropriate for you time, whether that be 2 p.m. or 4 in the morning. Also, this is my own personal reminder too, a bonk bonk. Be kind to yourself. It's something that I am personally working on, but any step forward is a step forward, even if it is just the tiniest little baby step. That is forward momentum. Even if it's just raising your foot. Be kind to yourself. I hope you guys had a good time hanging out with me. I had a good time hanging out with you. I kind of hate that ending and how stupid the game is, but you know, you win some, you lose some. The thing that I really liked about the previous game was that I had the ability to basically call people out on their bullshit as they were telling it to me, because you could like look at them and see how they were reacting to the things that you were saying and stuff, and like zoom in on different parts and focus in on the things and stuff that they were doing. Is there a best ending on YouTube? I guess we could possibly look for that. Yeah, give me a second. I feel like there probably is. I'm gonna unplug my hand so it doesn't go crazy. Poirot. First cases. This one just says ending. It doesn't say best ending. Again, all of these just say ending. They don't say good ending, bad ending. This over here. Screen. And I will pop off of screen real quick. I love the phrase unplug hands. I'm gonna pop up the screen really quick so that I can set this up, make sure this looks nice. So that should be back and it should be on, so and I will unmute. All right, so hopefully this is the good end. We'll find out real quick, won't we?
Countess de Vos was taken from Nemoziné House in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inga, along with a number of other girls that the Countess had found employment for, came forward and made full statements. She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on. Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London. I am happy to say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine. And the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. Madame van den Bosch showed compassion that I had not seen in her before. She stood in court and gave a truthful and genuine character reference of Elizabeth, as well as describing the Major and the atrocious crimes he had committed. After Madame van den Bosch's secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Following her actions in the courtroom, Angeline believed that her maman still had a place in her life. Although they are on different sides of La Manche, they remain in contact. Mademoiselle Conrad left Nemosine House the same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case. Monsieur de Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, but after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Beckers stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he continues to support them from behind the scenes. Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions. And Mademoiselle Elizabeth, she stood before a court, and while the proceedings were deemed controversial, the charges against her were dropped, and the reasoning of self-defense was accepted by the presiding judge. Madame van den Bosch's testimony, along with Mademoiselle Angeline's declaration of her good character, was enough to show that it was not in Elizabeth's nature to act in such a violent way. The abundance of evidence against the Major, and his violent and cruel nature, including his appalling acts during the strikes and the war, was more than enough to prove that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option in that situation but to defend herself.
Doesn't seem to change very much.
With the new arrival of Madame and Monsieur Demire's child next year, they have agreed to give Elizabeth the opportunity to return home to England and take up a position in their home as nanny.
Maybe. Not sure.
The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Hagen will remain on Elizabeth's hands. A stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However, it will remain as a reminder to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the Major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
Interesting. It seems to not really... Like, it didn't really change much, did it? You know? Like, at the end of the day, it didn't... It didn't really change much. Like, the difference was Elizabeth still... Elizabeth got released from jail, and Cassandra is still talked to by her daughter Angeline. Which, I mean, is two good things, but, like, it didn't change much. Thank you for the summon. So, I guess I will finish with the... I should also check to see who I should raid. Those are enough, though. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, I just realized it's playing double. Sorry. There we go. Let me see who is streaming currently. I'm disappointed that Ernesto didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I feel interesting about this story so far. You know? I don't really have anyone who... Honey, can you tell me which fellows are streaming right now? That would be no. I will... myself. Sorry, I saw your thing. Give me just a second. I need to see who is streaming. Dreedy, Harpy. I guess we'll do Dreedy since they're playing some Dead by Daylight and that seems relatively spooky, which is perfect for Halloween. The ending wasn't super satisfying. No, it wasn't. So, like I said, the main thing that I really liked about the last one was that I could basically call people out on their bullshit to their face while they were telling it to me. Because I could zoom in and be like, hey, your lipstick is smudged. Clearly, you were just making out with someone. Why are you trying to say that you didn't? You know, stuff like that. Like, I really liked that aspect to it. That I felt more like an actual detective who knew stuff. You know what I mean? A lot of the combinations in this one didn't really make sense to me pretty much throughout the entire thing. And the interrogation sections, the actual interrogation sections, not just the talking part, those never really made sense because it's like, oh, you should be supportive. And then it's like, oh, you can either be forceful or you can insult them. Which one's more supportive? And I'm like, what? How am I supposed to figure that out? I don't understand. So, in general, this game, I think, is maybe about a 7. 7? 7. I think so. It could be a bit better. It could be worse. But, otherwise, I hope you guys had a good time hanging out with me. I had a good time hanging out with you. I believe my motions might have gotten in the way. I hope you have a good rest of your time zone. I believe in you. Anything you put your mind to, you can achieve. I will see you again on Saturday. Forcefully supportive. I need to figure out what game to do, or if we're going to be doing our... oh gosh. If we're going to be doing the 200 follower special, which I also still don't know what to do for that. So if anyone has suggestions, please let me know what you would like. If you would like a raffle for an actual art commission, if you would like a certain game to be played, if you want to have a game where all of us can play together, you know, all sorts of things. Okay? Okay. So, we're gonna go say hi to Dreedy. Fallout New Vegas. If I played Fallout New Vegas, I'd be playing it forever because I insist on doing everything. Yeah, Spy and I have a mutual love for Fallout. Is that how you spell it? How does one spell the Dreedy? It D-R-E-E-D-E. Okay. They are playing some Dead by Daylight. It seems that they are currently playing Killer, so that's real fun. nice and spooky for the Halloween days. Have a good rest of your time zone. I'll see you on Saturday. Have a good rest of your week too. Bye-bye. Yahoo! And off we go!